Postgame Overreaction show from UGAsports.com. I'm Dayne Young, joining you from where we just did the UGA Sports Watch Along show with Jim Donnan. Alabama beats Georgia 24-21. Any national narratives about Kirby Smart's record against Alabama will continue after this game. This show is for you all. It's for Georgia fans, and it is for members of the dog vent at UGAsports.com, people that follow us on YouTube and Facebook. So over on our YouTube channel, where most of you are watching this, a lot of you are watching other places, you'll see a link at the bottom. You can join us and you can talk about it. I'll be with you for the first, probably about half hour. Radi Nabulsi, the publisher of UGAsports.com, will take over after that. Here's where we're at. Alabama beat Georgia 24-21, and this was a game Alabama did not score in the second half. Georgia had so many opportunities to tie this game, take a lead. Defense improved in the second half after really struggling and getting picked apart by Ty Simpson and Alabama. But ultimately, I think, and I'll be curious to see what you all think, and I'll get some of your comments here in the chat. I think this is a coaching, the best coaching job won this game. Kirby Smart made a critical error in not kicking a field goal to tie a game with one of the best kickers in the country, and ended up losing possession and never recovering after that. And had Georgia had a 24-24 tie, again, Alabama did not score in the second half of this game, then that changes the calculus. It changes how everything is approached from there. It forces Alabama to be a bit more aggressive rather than just holding on. That was as strange, as bad of a coaching decision as I think I can remember under Kirby Smart, of why in that situation are you not kicking the field goal? And I think that's going to be the primary thing. Talon Taylor dropped a touchdown. Alabama also had one early in the game too. So we can pick apart small things there. I know some people are going to say, why was Cash even the one going for it on fourth down? They were trying to go quickly was the main thing, and Cash was the third down running back there. So I don't like the play call. I don't like the decision at all, but I'm just telling you why the personnel was what it was in that situation. Georgia did not want Alabama to be able to substitute. And, if you really want to be gracious, you could say if Juan Gaston executes a block like he's supposed to, then Georgia at least gets the first down on that play. Again, this is a show for you all, the fans that watch this. And this is where you get to vent about it, rant about it, give your takes over reactions. We'll get Dr. Greg Steele in here first. And so I've been chatting a lot. Greg, your take on this?
Dayne, I'll say this, man. I don't feel like we've been out-coached in a lot of games. I really don't. I mean, I think we've had periods of time where maybe we haven't coached the best, but a lot of it has been execution for sure. But man, I'm telling you right now, we had all the momentum, and I get it. You've got 1 yard to get. You're running the ball pretty well. You're moving the ball. But you have all the momentum. Your defense has shut them out. We have shut them out. The defense played incredible in the second half. Why in the world would he not kick that field goal? I am, and here's the deal, man. I mean, I've heard a million press conferences from him. He's going to excuse it away. He's going to be allowed to excuse it away because he's going to shut anybody down that tries to push back against him. That was a terrible decision when you had the momentum. Take out the fact that you had Cash Jones in there, which was a huge mistake, but I get what you're saying. The Gaston thing, don't run behind him. Run behind your two guys on the left side that are your veterans. Like, everything about that just it made no sense to me. I just don't understand in that moment, you have all the momentum. You are moving the football, man. You have played well defensively. And for a guy who will tell you that he relies on his defense all the time. I mean, he relies on his defense. He That's why he punts in certain situations. That's why he makes certain moves. You kick the field goal, you go tied, and you let your defense stop them, and you go win the football game. Man, I've never been more disappointed. I think maybe the loss when Tua came in and threw the touchdown pass, that I was at that game, that might have been the most disappointed I've been. This is probably the most disappointed I've been in a coaching staff trying to set young men up to win a football game than I've ever had as a Georgia fan.
Is it beyond that decision to not kick the field goal, or is it just the totality of the game? Um,
Well, I mean, in the first half, I mean, listen, I don't know what it is, man. It's something in the cereal or something in the freaking diet that we're taking before games or the stretching. I don't know. We played terrible in the first half against against good teams.
First
I
quarter
mean,
primarily. If you take out
good
first quarters against Tennessee and Alabama,
good
Georgia looks
Lord,
great.
son. That's what I'm saying. But we make adjustments in the second half. We played the defense. I mean, I don't hold anything against the defense in the second half. I don't hold it against them not being able to stop them there at the end of the game. I mean, your backs are against the wall, right? Um, I don't think it's the totality of the game. I think it's those decisions on those little plays right there that I just like. I Listen, man. I get it. Cash Jones, man, he's done some great stuff for us. He's been a beast. Dane, let me ask you a question. Did they stop 33 all night long?
Very rarely. I mean, fully stop, I would say no. But yeah, he
Why
got loose.
why is he in those situations? To me, you put the ball in your best player's hands at the time. That's
Yeah.
either 33 or 1. And I'm not here to bash Cash because Cash has done a lot of good stuff. He's a senior. He's been there with us. It's not his fault. I mean, Gaston missed the block. But I don't. It's not the totality of the game, man. It's the decision making. For Kirby to be a defensive guy to go for it on 4th and 1 is just crazy to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe there's some analytics that say go
Oh
for it in
God,
that
if you say
situation.
that
I
word, I
don't care
swear
about
to
that.
God, I'm going to jump off my deck if I hear analytics one more time. If
I'll
I
be
hear,
curious if he says that their book says to go for it or whatever. The only thing I'll say is that when they decide to go for it, they want to go quickly so Alabama can't get set up. They can
no
have a
doubt,
slight advantage. So that's the personnel piece of it, because I think everyone agrees that if you're going to go for it on a 4th and 1 situation deep in that territory, you're probably picking Josh McCray.
yes. But let me ask you a question, Dane. Was it a big play in the game at that particular time?
Yeah,
Yes, right.
yeah.
So let me ask you a question. I get going fast. Is there an argument to say that you call a timeout and you get your best play and you get your best players in there and you say, hey, it's 4th and 1. I know they're going to substitute. We're going to substitute. We're going to go mano and mano. We're going to call our best play and we're going to go for it. And if we get the 1, then we know we're probably going to score. I, I don't understand this. Like sometimes we got to rush and go for it before they substitute. They got good players that they're substitute or not substitute. Doesn't really matter. Get your best play and go get it.
I just don't understand that if you kick the field goal with one of the best kickers in the country, if he misses it, whatever, like then
Sure.
that happens. If it's a botch snap, there's all the things that could happen, but you can't be down by more than one possession after
No.
that. And
No.
so, like, more than likely, based on how the second half went, you actually probably get the ball back with a chance to go kick a game-winning
There
field
you
goal
go.
at that point. That's more likely to happen than what actually happened. And so Georgia almost took the agency out of its own hands. And to the point you're making, I can't recall Kirby Smart teams doing
Ever.
that frequently, hardly at all.
Dane, can you remember ever that happening? I mean, we have punted on the opponent's side of the 50
Yeah.
before. We have on 4th and 1. We have punted and let our defense play. I don't I am I'm done. I guess I mean, I don't know if there's positive in this. There's never positive in a loss for me, but I guess if you think the positive is like I do like the way we ran the football. I do like that. That was encouraging against what I think is a pretty good defense.
Probably
I
should have
thought
done it more.
we should have done it more. I thought in the second half our defense played better. We got some problems in the back end. I mean, we got some real
Oh,
problems in the
for sure.
back end.
I thought
But
Gunnar Stockton played well.
I thought he played well. I thought we held Williams in check. I mean, he drops the pass, but we dropped the pass. I mean, that's apples to apples.
There's some Ellis Robinson chatter to
Uh,
be had in multiple ways, and not just the coverage issues, but when you're trying to jump on a pile.
Come on, man.
I mean,
Come on, man.
you
And
can't have been at Georgia for 2 years and think that that's the right decision.
hey, Dane, you've been around Atlanta for a long time, so if I make this comment to you, you know what I'm talking about. It's like Kirby tonight turned into Bobby Cox, and he said, "I'm gonna go with my guys. I'm gonna play my guys." It's
Yeah.
instead of whole Bobby Cox of throwing Jeff Blauser out there or Raphael Barrelyard or whoever he would throw out. He's gonna go with his guys. And tonight he went with Cash Jones and Ellis. Um, I mean, Ellis shouldn't have been in the game. I mean, he just shouldn't have been in the game. I mean, he just was overwhelmed by the moment, and I, I don't know, man. Give me some. Dane,
Yeah.
you are the eternal optimist. You are the opposite of Roddy. I mean, the complete opposite of Roddy in every form and fashion. You have better hair. You're better looking. I mean,
I mean,
you're
just keep
much.
it going like that.
You
There we
get
go.
paid more. I mean, you're better. Um, Give me something to be optimistic about coming out of this game.
Um, the character that Georgia showed to come back after the first quarter, it's the same character you saw against Tennessee. So I don't see a scenario where Georgia's out of a game, and I
Yeah,
think that that's exciting as a fan. Um, that's not where you want to be necessarily because I don't like Georgia's chances in a bunch of shootouts
yeah.
because I don't think Georgia's defense will hold up for that. So Tennessee may end up being, I don't know, the outlier in that situation. Um, I would be very scared of playing Ole Miss in a month.
Yeah, me too. I think we
Um,
can handle Texas though.
Texas, Kentucky, Florida. I mean, Florida's defense is really good,
Yeah, they're good.
so that'll challenge Georgia's offense there. But um, you know, the schedule otherwise not that crazy. Like going to Auburn's not fun, but Auburn's not a good team either.
No.
Auburn's going to struggle to score points. I don't see Auburn being able to stretch the field even the ways that Alabama did. I also don't know that there are that many great coaching efforts that like here's one piece of it. Yeah, Georgia got outcoached, and I think Greg, you and I both agree on this. But Kalen DeBoer, Ryan Grubb, they coached a really good game
They did.
and maximized every either minor advantage or hid the disadvantages in ways that, man, I didn't see much of that last year.
No, and here's what I'll tell you, man, and I could be off base. I'm not sure Alabama doesn't lose another game along the way. I mean, they're a good football team, not a great football team. They got some holes. They coached their tails off like this was the national championship for them. I mean, my God, they threw a dadgum flare pass to a 70 to a 390-pound tackle. Right? I mean, they did everything they could to try and win this football game.
That takes some balls. I mean,
It does. It does.
would Georgia do that to Juan Gaston one day? I doubt it. That doesn't
But we
seem
need
like
him to block
Kirby's
first.
interested in.
Yeah, we're gonna need him to block first, and then we
Yeah.
can throw him a pass. But yeah, dude, I just let me ask you this too, Dane, because you're in the middle of this. Um, so Kirby's going to be asked a question, right? And he's going to throw the analytics thing. Is there not an opportunity within the media with Kirby to push hard back on him on some of these calls, or does he have that much kind of control on what happens in those rooms where he can just move he can dismiss it and move off of it?
Reporters can ask what they want in the news conference, and then they deal with the ramifications of whatever that is. Now, there are fewer opportunities to ask Kirby questions these days.
Okay.
I mean, he just last week said that he wasn't doing his Tuesday news conference because it wasn't fair for his coordinators to wait on him. Fine, I don't look media access issues or something, but like Kirby Smart to me has always been very thoughtful in news conferences, and I guess reporters get him 3 times a week at this point: a game day, Monday, and then the SEC teleconference. Like, I don't know. I feel like if you're a good reporter, that's plenty of opportunities to ask what you need to ask. So I
That's
don't think
good.
access is the issue. But I mean, I have Channel 2 on right here in front of me. I've seen that Kirby Smart has been in the news conference room, so that has happened. So if someone in the chat has been able to hear what Kirby Smart said about it, I'll bring that here, and I may can pull up some quotes here that have been put out
Do
on
you think
Twitter.
there's a possibility, Dayne, that you and I could get in that room together, me and you, kind of tag team some questions to Kirby? Maybe I hold him down. Maybe you ask him some questions. We don't let him move. We actually get him to say what we need him to say. Do you think that? I mean, you and I are pretty big. I'm a pretty big dude. You're a pretty big
Yeah,
guy.
but
You think we
have
could
you
do
seen the
that?
state troopers that surround him?
That's true.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
got guns too, don't they?
Allegedly,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a Barney Fife situation, but I don't want to test it out.
Well, I would take Paul with me, but that guy's so small and meek and weak. What's Paul gonna do? He's not gonna do anything.
Paul doesn't even show up anymore, right?
What's
So
going? Hey, thank God you guys fired him. It's the best thing that's ever happened to UGA sports. Is Paul has been fired.
I can tell you what happened to Paul got into dad life, and as someone that at 11:40 right now with 3 young kids myself,
You got to
I'm
get
like,
home, man.
man, these late kicks, these late kicks are something else,
I
dude.
know, man. Hey, listen,
Hey,
man,
I've got
you do a
John in the
great job.
background here, so let me.
Yeah, you do a great job, man. Thank you. I
I
appreciate you,
appreciate
buddy.
it. Appreciate you, Greg. Have a great night. It's gonna be. You're gonna be
It
fine.
will. We'll be fine, man.
I don't know that Georgia is full on a playoff team. I think they're probably going to be fringe. My hope for Georgia fans is they get a home playoff game. That's probably the best case scenario for this season, having a fun trajectory. That's my hope.
I love it, buddy. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Greg. Let's get John in here, one of our regulars.
That's not what you want? There's no playoff team here.
I mean, look around the country. Who are the 12? Because
I mean, you're right. They're lucky there's 12. Hey, let me say something. I know you can. I was hoping I'd catch the boss on here.
Roddy will be on here in a bit, so you may catch him by
he needs to get more time with those coordinators. I'm gonna say another thing that pissed me off, and I know you can't say much. That article he gave Chris Lowe, and he sits there and he says he gives everybody the same access. That's bullshit. I'm gonna say it. And I like the man, but don't sit here and say you treat the local guys the same. Y'all don't get that. Y'all could never written an article that Chris Lowe got.
Totally.
I know you.
That's 100% true.
I'll tell you
that. I'll tell you that. Now,
that's bullshit,
I'm not the one.
I like him.
I'm not the one doing those articles anymore. I'm a talking head on
I know.
YouTube channels, but people that work with us, other local everyday beat reporters,
yeah,
though, yeah, you're right. The local folks don't get the same kind of access for those stories. And I've talked with high level officials about that over the years, and been like, my wife cried about a story with Zamir White, and I was like, we would love to tell that kind of story, and we don't get to because of y'all. Like I've had those discussions, and look, that comes down to contractual dollars.
Right. I understand that. Hey, let me ask you this. Rewind the clock 10, 12 years and replace Alabama with Florida.
Yeah.
I know we got 2 national championships, but that ran a good man out of town. And I'm not saying Coach Smart's going to get run out of town, but you get 1-7 against a team. Now I know one of the one is a national championship, so that saves you. But it's the same story in every game. The fake punt, getting out coached. Who's Ryan Grubb? Who is Ryan Grubb? I mean, he put on a clinic tonight, but it's the same story. It's like these guys.
I'll push back on that a little bit. Not a lot, but okay. Ryan Grubb has coached in a national championship, and he had a good enough resume that an NFL team said we want him calling our plays.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of people in football that think Ryan Grubb knows what he's doing.
Well,
Kalen DeBoer obviously being one of them.
Yeah. He looked like it
tonight. He definitely did, because even that last play to seal it, just the turnaround fake running back wide open. Yeah, Georgia's edge players aren't good enough for that.
And you say the defense did show up in the second half. I guess I think it was more of what they didn't do compared to what did. I mean, the defense did play well, but I guess my question would be, who's in charge of personnel? Is it the position coach? Is it the coordinator, or is the head coach involved in personnel on every play? That's what I'd love to know.
Yeah, and I don't have a for sure answer. I do think a lot of that comes down to position coaches, but Like if it's defensive backs, Kirby Smart is involved in that for sure.
I understand that. I'm talking about on
Yeah.
offense. Like, you got to get 2 yards. We got to. Why would we give the ball to anybody else but 22 or
Are,
2? What's
are,
it?
are you
McCray.
talking
McCray.
about the 4th and 1?
Well, any short yardage, he drug 3 guys down there on the
Yeah.
first time he carried the ball. It's mind numbing to me that, again, Cash Jones, we are walk on you, and that's great. But Cash Jones against Alabama with the game on the line, and I get the 4th down play because you're trying to catch him by surprise. I don't like the call, but I understand why he's in there. But why is he the automatic 3rd and short guy? They know tendencies what's going to happen, but it's
He's their
just.
3rd down back because he's the best pass catcher, and so he was in there. Usually a 3rd and 1. I don't know that he's always the one in there, but a 3rd and a couple.
Yeah, and then there's 2 drives that killed the game. You stopped them on 4th down, you gained 1 yard on 3 plays.
Yeah.
The drop pass on the next one, but you gained 1 yard after you stopped them on 4th down. 1 yard. Then you come out of the start the quarter, and the play. I know we can't trash the coordinator, but at some point, what is it? Is it personnel? Is it execution? Is it, the constant? It's just, to me, this is very, and I think Coach Rick was a wonderful coach and did a lot for the university. But this team reminds me so much of those 2012, 13, 14 years. It really does.
So Georgia had 12 rushing yards in the 4th quarter.
Like who? There's no identity. There's no identity. And I get, we're not supposed to call for people. They're not going to fire anybody. But I just don't understand the rationale with some of the play calling. Like Coach was even saying, a guy gets a 10-yard run and you take him out.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Again, is that on the? I don't know. You got out coached by a guy that got blown out by a team that lost to Virginia.
Mhm.
I mean, that's a pretty sad existence. You got
Yeah.
out coached. It's
And
just
the nature of college football is that there's definitely a chance that Vandy goes into Tuscaloosa and beats Alabama next week.
Yeah.
Why? I don't know. But that does feel like where we're at with college football right now.
I just you watch Ole Miss, and that was a good game. You watch these teams with these guys that are just offensive masterminds, and they just look so different than us. That's just my personal opinion, but they just look so innovative. They get a quarterback. The guy at Ole Miss, I don't even know who he is. They get a quarterback that they make look all world, and it's just very, very frustrating.
Trinidad Chambliss, he is a transfer from Ferris State.
And he looked the part. He didn't have the greatest day, but again, they look like if they're on, they're on. That's going to be a very tough game again.
Yeah. I would tell you that I think that's Georgia's toughest game remaining. That or, frankly, Georgia Tech potentially.
Well, it's I mean, I don't know what the answer is. I don't know. I'm just a middle-aged guy that's a fan, but it's extremely frustrating that it doesn't matter who if they could run out. What's the crazy guy, Roll Tide Willie out there, and it seems like they're going to beat. I mean, really, do you think about it? I mean, and Kalen DeBoer's a good coach, but it ain't. Well, Saban had everybody's number, but there's something. There's something. I said the biggest MVP this week has to be the commode in the coach's office this week because I'm sure it got used so much with those nervous trots, man. It just seems like every game, time we play them, everybody just nuts up. And you couldn't drive a 10 penny nail up, you know what? It's so predictable. I said to a buddy of mine in the text, if I'd have been asleep in a coma for a year, I could tell you exactly how this game was going to go. It went exact. We went 3 and out with 3 horseshit plays, and they came down the field in 16 plays?
Yeah.
And did the same thing, and they were unstoppable.
They had 3 incredibly impressive drives that essentially took up most of the first half.
Yeah.
And
Ty Simpson joins another long list of, and Jake Coker may have got a cup of coffee in the NFL. Todd Simpson may get a cup of coffee in the NFL, but Todd Simpson put on a clinic against the University of Georgia. He just joins another long list. Now Tua and Jalen Hurts but Jalen Milroe probably will never be a starter in the NFL. But they put on a clinic against Georgia, and it's the same. It's like the Florida game for years. It's the same song over and over again, and it's just mind-numbingly painful.
I don't want to turn the page too quickly, so I'm just curious as a fan, John. Like, when do you begin thinking about what you want to see against Kentucky at noon next Saturday?
Well, again, if I could wake up, I can tell you exactly how it's going to go.
Okay.
It'll be no pun intended. It's going to be a dogfight because it's noon. You know the students aren't going to be in right away. You're coming off of a loss. I think in Kentucky I think they got beat by South Carolina.
Yeah,
It's in
35-13.
and I'll bet you the $3 in my pocket. If he didn't say it tonight, he's gonna say it on Monday. Kentucky, they always play us tough. You can throw the window. Our players will say that's the most physical game they play all year. I guarantee you. If he hadn't said it, he's gonna say it on Monday. And you know
Yeah.
what? Last year proved right. Well, we won 13-12. It'll be. I could see it be a tight for a half. I don't know how good they are. I've not seen them play at all this year.
They're not very good at all. I mean,
But
I mean, I wasn't asking necessarily for a Kentucky preview as much as like your process for how you internalize tonight, and when do you turn the page on that, or do you get to turn the page on that?
well, I think we were talking about it preseason. I mean, you turn the page. I mean, it's not our life and death, but yes, it's painful, but like I'm telling you, this is so typical. I'm telling you what's going to happen, in my opinion, and this is going to be very, very a slow, painful. I think Georgia's got another loss in them. Maybe Ole Miss, Texas, going into the Tech game, and then the Tech game is going to be if win and you're in, lose and you're out. I think they could be on the fringe of a two loss. It could be two losses going into the Tech game, and they'll be on a fringe. They'll be 10 or 11.
I mean, Kentucky at Auburn, Ole Miss. I mean, maybe it gets a little easier than what Georgia just saw, but I
haven't
don't.
looked. Auburn's going to be that weird time. Auburn could be 11 o'clock in Auburn, right? I don't know who else is playing that weekend, but
And now all of
they
a
lost
sudden
today.
at Mississippi State, that's not fun.
Yeah,
They're a much better team than I think anyone in the country thought. And then we know the end of this. I just noticed they have a Longhorn Steakhouse sponsor after they play Texas. Whatever.
yeah.
Maybe there's something there.
What about what's your? And I'll say one more thing. Sorry to interrupt you.
You're good.
The offensive line play again, and we played how many games last year? It's. I said again. I said it. I think I said in the chat. Monroe Freeling, unfortunately for him, went to the Xavier Truss offensive line school. I learned how to play line. It's very, very, and maybe he's not a tackle, maybe he's not, but he got worked tonight. Worked.
I give the current version of the offensive line just a smidgen of grace because half of it is true freshmen right now.
Yeah.
And I think Glover, where would they be without Dontrell Glover right now?
Yeah.
Because about as much as you could expect from a true freshman guard.
Well, and I saw Ernest Green wasn't even addressed tonight.
Yeah.
So
I have concerns about Green if he has a back injury that is plaguing him this much. How much do you get from that guy this year? Maybe in a month. Like he's right, but I don't. It just doesn't feel like that's something that he can set a certain amount of time and he'll be right after that. Like it almost feels like he needs an off season.
Yeah, not to pin you down, but you got another loss in you. Do you think that there is justification and calls for some sort of change? Let me phrase it this way. Do you think tonight's loss is inexcusably offensively? I do, because they could have won. They should have won that game. And you can call the fourth down. You can say that, but I think the play calling was suspect. And I'm not bagging on Bobo. Maybe it wasn't all on him, but personnel may have affected it. But you had so many opportunities to win that game.
Yeah, I'm putting more that on Kirby Smart, and so if you're
Yeah.
telling me are there things that need to change with that, I think it starts with him and some philosophy things. Of, I mean, obviously, kick the freaking field goal there, which seems to be the most basic thing in the world.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll have a defense for why he made the decision that he did. I'm excited to see what that is, and because I can't fathom it doesn't even register to me that there's a better option there or even another option there. If you had a terrible
Yeah.
kicker or something, but I mean, similar to, I mean, you and everyone else in the chat, it's like, all right, cool. You want to go for it on fourth? Then like call a timeout and make that the
Yeah.
game. Like make it where what you're doing from that point until you're just going to score a touchdown in those next handful of plays, or you're going to lose the game, and you're
Yeah.
completely willing to be there. And it because what they did not feel that way, and I think
No. No.
that's
But
going
so do you think that there's any that you got? Is it missing out on the playoffs, or do you think we're back to the same thing next year?
I think I think Georgia's right there in the mix to be in the playoffs this year. I struggle to see Georgia being a team currently that will play for an SEC championship. I don't know that that's necessarily a bad thing in terms of like playoff seeding and everything.
How much is Daniel Curtis tied to Mike Bobo, though?
Jared Curtis?
Jared Curtis, I said, I was thinking Daniel
I
Callahan,
mean,
the offensive
I
line.
also think Mike Bobo's doing a pretty good job. And I thought that win at Tennessee, I thought was one of the more masterful things I've seen from Mike Bobo. So I'm not going to let a few things from this game kind of cloud my judgment on that. And I get that the chat's about to just be like this Bobo apologist and everything. But like, I don't think Gunnar Stockton is anywhere near a professional level quarterback. And I think he's getting really good play out of him.
No, I agree with that. I think it's more of the personnel on different plays. I do, and if that's on the position coach, then maybe that's a problem.
But ultimately, that comes down to Kirby Smart. Like, what's he dictating out and who's allowed to do what? Like, that flows up to him, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, I know it's late. I'll let you go, but again, I guess we're going to play him again over there next year. So it'll be the same, until you. It's going to be, it's 97. You beat Florida. It was 7 more years. We beat them in 04, and then it was what? Well, I guess we beat them 3 years later in 7. But it's beginning to feel like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how good we are going in or how bad they are, and not that they're bad, but they have our number, and that's what it's turned into.
Well, I think we don't even know, right? Like, who's through Alabama? This one or the one that played Florida State? I don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't know.
Yeah. Appreciate you, man.
Thanks for being here, John. I'm going to bring in Radi Nabulsi, who will take the reins of the show. How was the traffic crossing Athens?
It's actually pretty good. I had no issues. I got out before most of it hit, and no problems. I don't think they all made their way to my side of town, and I told people if Georgia lost, I'd be going 4 fingers into my Hunker bourbon, and I'm going to, just because it's like, I know you can't have everything in this life. I know you can't have everything, but if there's ever a time to buy some Hunker bourbon or buy some Hunker vodka, go ahead and jump on it. Help Georgia get some players on defense, on offense. Keep that NIL money rolling in, because you're absolutely going to need it. And I will give a shout out to our sponsor, Hunker Bourbon. Nope. I lost you there, Dane.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. Oh, you're talking something else. I just want to mention them before I start talking about the game, because I don't want any of my, I don't say negativity, but any of my frustration with how that game played out to carry over into Hunker Spirits. This is a fantastic distillery, ASW Distillery. They are an award-winning bourbon manufacturer. They are award-winning. They make great gin. They make good vodka, and they've made 2 different spirits that are specifically designed to help the University of Georgia. They make the Hunker bourbon and the Hunker vodka. They're both fantastic. I have them both. I drink them. I change out those bottles way more than I should. I hate to admit it. probably have a problem. But part of the proceeds from the Hunker Spirits go to the University of Georgia's NIL. And as you can see, when they were able to get a Zachariah Branch or Colby Young into Georgia, it helps them a lot. Now, they use some of that money to bring in a couple safeties or 3 safeties, and that has not helped. So that's where we are. So, again, folks, if you ever drink bourbon or you ever drink vodka, please try the Hunker. And, again, you can get it just because it helps Georgia, but I think you'll buy it again because it's fantastic.
Hawaii Dog has been waiting longer. Jordan Couillard's hanging out too. So, am I passing off the reins to you?
Yeah, pass it to me. I'll bring those guys on and talk to them here real quick.
We've had some good chatter already. I'll tell you, people are frustrated. Most of it, I think, is exactly what you and I thought it was going to be, Roddy, which was about the decision to not kick that field goal, but then also some offense ineptitude in the end and some defensive ineptitude in the beginning, and just a lot of what I think feels like the same thing all over again for Georgia fans against Alabama. And I think that's totally appropriate to have.
But before you bring on Hawaii and Jordan, I'll give you a real quick synopsis right before you get out of there.
Yeah.
Which was the dumber call, the fake punt with Justin Fields or going for it on 4th and 1? Doesn't matter. They're both stupid. The point is,
right. The dumber call is going forward on 4th and 1. The dumber strategy is Justin Fields as a punter.
And again, I'm not trying to
on a punt play. So
I'm not trying to blow anybody up. I'm just saying, when Georgia makes a mistake, or when they get out of their what they normally do, it seems like it's always against Alabama. And to start this game, they couldn't play man, they couldn't play zone. Nothing worked, which is, we knew that the pass would be an issue, but I mean, you figure at least some bracketing might do it. Didn't help. Then they turned the ball over. 1 turnover went Alabama's way. They scored 3 points. They win by 3 points. Georgia all of a sudden starts missing tackles. Well, that's what they did last year. They missed a bunch of tackles. So Georgia came in the game with 10 penalties. They had 5 today. 10 penalties through 3 games. They had 5 today, which actually cost them. I mean, in the second half, you get the ball back and you're about to go, and then Bo Hewlett gets a huge holding call. One negative play like that, and all of a sudden, you're screwed. It kills a drive. So, and then last year they dropped a long pass against Alabama. They dropped another one this year. So, in other words, the folks they're saying same old, yeah. And last year you're out coached. This year you're out coached. Last year you're out executed. This year you're out executed. Last year you missed tackles, dropped passes, and had penalties. Same thing this year. So for the folks that are down, you have every reason to be, because it's the same thing and same result.
And I actually thought second half Alabama made way more mistakes this time.
They absolutely they didn't score in the second half.
Yeah,
they didn't score. You outscored them 7-0. You outgained them. You almost doubled on offense. But again, you had a drop pass that killed your drive, and then you had a holding call that killed your drive, and
chip shot field goal that they shanked.
Yeah, so you have better special teams than they do, and you didn't use it.
Didn't use them.
You missed 1 block. So let's go to that fourth down call. That should have been a first down, but a easy down block by Juan Gaston's missed, and the guy shoots through and knocks your guy to the ground. That 4th and 2 or that 3rd and 2 play to Cash Jones, where he got demolished, and you had the illegal motion. I don't know what the hell was going on with that one. Anyway, all right, we'll let you go. I'm gonna bring on Hawaii Dog, Jordan, and then Heath.
Cool.
See
you, Roddy.
All right, see you. Hawaii Dog, you out there?
What's up, man?
Look at your ass. Hey, folks,
in
the comments.
I'm in my hammock, man.
In the hammock in Hawaii, it's still sunny out there. Or still sunny.
Yeah, well, it's we got some clouds.
Yeah.
Hey,
you're on top of the mountain. I get it. It's always cloudy up there.
Hey, I want to tell all the Bulldog Nation, I was pissed off too. Look, I ain't even got my damn Street Bulldog shirt on. Like, I'm mad. I'm mad we lost. But you know what? We ain't gonna win every game. Not nowadays. But we'll go undefeated the rest of the season. And we're gonna learn from this defeat. We shouldn't have lost to them. They're inferior to us. But I'm telling you this, we're gonna grow. We got a young team, guys. We 50%. 50% of the roster is young. We're gonna learn from this. Now you can ask Roddy from me from last year from the Ole Miss game. I wouldn't have it. But we're gonna be okay with this one. We could have won this game. We should have won this game.
Yeah,
But I
you
promise.
dropped a pass going in the end zone. Down the middle field.
Yep.
They didn't score again, so you'd have won 28-24.
I promise you. I promise you. Kirby Smart is not gonna stop chopping wood. And we're gonna fix this little bullshit that we got going on. I don't know what it is. I know it's our offensive line. I'll just tell you that right now. But
Kirby actually said he was proud of his offensive line. He did point out that they had 2 true freshmen out there, and he says, "I don't remember how often I've played with 1 true freshman, much less 2 true freshmen." And they gave Gunner some time to throw, not all the time, but there were times. And Georgia, when I look at the rushing yards, Georgia ran the ball.
I
Fantastic.
know,
So
Roddy.
I'm just saying
How in the hell?
Kirby defended his own
How in the
line.
hell? Roddy, how in the hell we run 300 rushing yards and can't win this game? That's why I'm just like, okay, fuck it. I'm gonna think out of the box.
You didn't throw and catch tonight. So
300 rushing yards, over 300 rushing yards, and we don't win. Like, what in the fuck's going on, man?
227, but not 300, but 227 rushing yards.
Well, it's what I saw on ESPN, which those are Disney dogs, but nonetheless, goodness gracious, man.
Well, everything's more expensive out in Hawaii. You know that. So that's the equation of the 227 rushing yards,
Anyway,
Hang on, I'm gonna go with Tony Hamlet here. He says, "No offense, the line looks good. It's the defense." It was both. Just as when Georgia wins, we talk about it being complimentary. This was a complimentary loss. You didn't coach well, or you got outcoached in some areas. Your defense did not play well. Your offense, you got the ball 3 different times on the at the 50. You get a fourth down stop. You run 3 plays. Hand off to the Peanuts for 1 yard. Missed pass to Talon Taylor and incomplete to Zachariah Branch. So you get the ball on the 49 after getting a stop on downs, and you pick up 1 yard. Now, granted, that Talon Taylor should have been a catch. It was great play call against the right defense. They saw him getting the right defense. They called the right play. Good throw. Bat, just dropped it. So then, the 4th and 1, we get down there before, and then another time you got to the middle, get to the middle of the field and got nothing. So you drove the field at times, but then you didn't bog down in the red zone. You bogged down at the 50, and that's just unacceptable. So the offense had problems. The defense had problems. The only thing that went well for you was a kicking game, and you didn't kick it when you needed to. So how's that for a synopsis, Hawaii Dog?
it upset me a little bit, man. Like, I don't know. Like, I turned the game off a couple of times. My wife would go back in and turn it back on. Like, you need to stop being so passionate. And I'm like, oh. But when I come outside and sit in the hammock and I look at the season, we ain't gonna win every one. So if we'd won this one, we'd probably lost at Auburn. Go ahead and lose this one. Let's go to the playoff. Let's go ahead and run the table and get it done. But yeah, last year at Ole Miss, that just didn't sit well with me, man. Like, I don't know.
When you see that kid named Trinidad come to Georgia. Well, here's the thing. We said it we said it last week that Georgia would face probably 5 or 6 quarterbacks better than Joey Aguilar, and you saw one tonight. So give Ty Simpson his flowers. He played really well.
Yeah, but if you look at, I don't know why they didn't dial up more passes for Gunner. Like they did, but they didn't. Like I don't know. I think we just played too conservative. And I ain't getting on the Bobo train. Bobo's a fucking good fucking coordinator. He's a good fucking coordinator. I don't give a fuck. All y'all Georgia fans that want to shit on him, well, fuck you, motherfuckers. I'm telling you now, he's a good coordinator.
All right. Well, I'm gonna let Jordan and Heath counter on that one.
All right, we'll bring him on in.
All right. Well, and maybe they do agree with you. We'll start with Jordan. All right, Jordan, give me your thoughts on the game.
Freaking Swiss cheese on the defense first half. Swiss cheese. Piss me off, man. It's like I thought it was a fluke because Tennessee, you want to spread them out wide, go fast, up tempo. Sure, I'm not going to bat an eye at it. We still got the W on the road, but damn it, dude, you come in our house and just march down the field. Oh, I want to just, I'm livid. And then
what did Kirby say when they interviewed him at the end of the first half?
I can't say what I was doing at halftime, but if you want to fill me in, that'd be cool.
He didn't come off complaining about his offense. I think they had like 21, 23 plays or something like that, and they'd
it was light.
But again, remember they went 3 and out right off the bat.
Well, I mean, yeah, but
offense didn't tear it up. But he was like, we're getting zero pressure, and we can't get off the field on third down. They went 7 of 7 on third down.
Well, you know what, Roddy, though? It's like I text my buddy. I was like, look, Aguilar went 14 of 14. They can't keep this up all game. Yeah, we're going to adjust. Like, we're going to be fine. Sure. Like, they can't keep this up, and as long as we can get a stop. And, like, at halftime, I wasn't that worried because I'm like, they can't sustain. And then we come out first half and get a missed field goal that was a terrible kick. Yeah. And it's just like, all right, we're back in it. We're good. And then Josh McCray, like, why not on the fourth down? Like, he falls forward 3 yards. He's 240. Like, why rush that? Like, I don't care if you're trying to catch him off balance or not, but catch him on balance, and Josh McCray's still falling forward 2 to 3 yards. I don't care.
If you do bring him in, you're going to have to let them. You're going to have to let Alabama sub.
Okay.
Cash Jones was in on that third down, which I have an issue with. I shouldn't say I have an issue with it. He's their third down guy.
Yeah, understood.
But he doesn't, and Georgia does not have the magic that they did with Cash Jones last year. And again, Cash is.
Yes, you do, though. Yes, you do. You got one. You don't one wasn't on the team last year.
No, I'm just saying. On third down with Cash Jones last year, he converted a lot of plays. So I get why he's in on third down. And then you're like, okay, let's go fourth down. Let's go fast. You can't sub because you can't go fast. Because the minute you take him off, you got to let Alabama substitute. And then
what was the yardage though?
Oh, it was 4th and 1.
Okay,
so I'm with
Josh McCray's fault.
I'm like, don't.
I know you are. I know this is just me.
Catch him out of position. If you're deciding you're going to go for it instead of kick it, well, get your best guys out there.
I'm overreacting. I'm sorry.
No, that's what we're supposed to do. I guarantee you Heath's going to overreact.
Yeah, I know he is.
Actually, that's some bitch smiling down there in the bottom of the screen.
But I'm just like, I don't know. I mean, it's like with McCray at the running back position, 4th and 1, like regardless if they're ready or not, like I trust 2 to get 2 yards. Like, I don't know. That's just me. I mean, nothing has proved me wrong. I mean, otherwise, like it's just. Or kick it. I mean, shit.
I trust Gunner to get you one.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I trust either Gunner, 2, or kick it, and we got, like, either tie. I mean, it's just – I was literally FaceTime people like, okay, we're good. We're in a good spot. We're going to just take – like, defense showed up second half, and I'm just –
defense did show up. They also – even though Alabama did not score in the second half, they still killed you on time of possession.
Yeah.
And you kept it from scoring, but you didn't stop them a whole lot.
But why'd you stop feeding 33 and 8? Like 33 average 10 yards a carry, and 8 was just 8. Like
I mean, you let me know when you're ready for my substitution rant. I'll bring.
Let me hear it. I'm ready. I'm ready. Please.
All right, I'm bringing on Heath for this too because I want Heath.
There we go. There he is. There he is.
All right, when I wrote my 3-2-1 column, I hope you guys are subscribers to UGA Sports.
I'm about
Put
to
in
be.
there, Georgia is not as good on defense as they used to be. I said that and got
Swiss
a little kickback.
cheese.
And just like you said, Swiss cheese. When we opened the show, we talked about how hard it is to win nowadays because you just can't be dominant. So Georgia it's a lack of freaking talent. Loft, L-O-F-T. I stole that from Coach Donnan. He used it in the past. I mentioned it on the radio earlier in the week. So Georgia just doesn't have the talent that it used to. And they've got a lot of. We talk about them being young, but even your veteran guys had a few misses.
Yeah.
But on offense, why are you? And I get that is a specialty route that you've designed for Talon Taylor. But how many snaps do you have? 2, 3?
Yeah, exactly.
Why can't you throw that route? And again, I don't know. I'd like someone to explain it to me. Why can't you throw that route to Dylan Bell? You gave him one touch and he took it. For you.
I think.
Why can't that be Noah? I mean, are they just not as fast as Talon Taylor? Why can't that be CJ Watt?
I literally told my wife, I was like, look, watch 11 here because nobody knows who 11 is. Watch 11 here. And because of the other numbers out there on the field.
If an offensive player is wearing the number 11 jersey, apparently it doesn't have – it's not stretchy or something. So,
it's oven mitts. I think it's oven mitts.
Yeah,
they just have to wear those.
But then first down after you got a turnover on downs, you give it to Peanut. I'm like, no, don't do that.
No.
You give it to Cash Jones on that. I'm a big Cash Jones fan. I like that he can throw it, but you saw that you can throw to Chauncey Bowen. You can throw to Nate Frazier. You can throw to Josh McCray.
You don't even have to throw to Chauncey when he's averaging 10 yards a carry. Like, you don't even have to throw it to him. Shit.
And the minute one of those guys has a 30, 40-yard run or reception, the first thing they do is pull his ass out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't understand it when they were doing it to James Cook. I've been pissed off ever since then about it.
My favorite dog. Yeah.
It drives me sideways the way these guys get screwed over. So.
Yeah.
Oh, I lost HC.
I don't know what happened to him. It wasn't me. I
was finishing my rant that I was going to see if he agreed with it or not.
You were on fire, Roddy. I was your hype man over here. I was ready for you. Keep going.
All right. Wait, no. Well, he's under Heath.
I don't know, man. But you know what? It's like we kept sending that. I hated reading Twitter and keep hearing about the secondary being trash and all this. Like, did they play great? No. But at the same time, is when you send the freaking house and nobody gets home, it doesn't matter how good your secondary is when you're sending the house. Yeah. And nobody wanted to get home. Like, so many. We were close. Like, sure. Like, it's not horseshoe or hand grenades. Like, it doesn't matter if we were close. It's like you did not finish. And it's this, like, there were so many times we were this close, but it's just.
And doesn't this sound familiar? Doesn't this sound familiar?
Yeah, I was in the brown water too, by the way, Roddy.
Year.
I'll stop for a second. Let y'all go on.
Last year we lost to Alabama. We lost to Ole Miss. We still won the SEC championship.
You're on mute or something, brother. Heath, is it Heath, Roddy?
Yeah, I could hear him. Yeah, Heath's fading in and out.
Yeah.
All right. Heath, retry your connection there because you're like on, off.
So what second half though? Like, what was the difference on defense, Roddy? Like second half, like if he's in and out. But
can you hear me now?
There he is. There he is. There's our guy.
I was just saying this sounds too familiar when we lost to Alabama and lost to Ole Miss last year. I mean, we still won the SEC championship, and this is what I'm trying to tell Georgia fans is we still won the SEC championship last year with 2 losses. Now, granted, this is a different year, different situation, all this stuff. And Roddy, I don't know why we don't take the field goal. You drop a downfield pass, which is obviously a touchdown. We can all agree if that ball is caught, that is a touchdown.
Walking.
Why in the world do you give up 2 scores? You've basically given them 2 scores and you give it up and you hand it off to Cash Jones. Now, trust me, I'm with you on the Cash Jones. I trust in Cash Jones.
Exactly.
I do. But why not hand it off to Chauncey Bowens? Why not do an option? Why not maybe snap it straight to Gunnar Stockton and let him run for 2 or 3 yards? We've seen that in the game.
Or
We had so many options that we just, I don't know if we played it conservative, we played it soft. I don't know.
That wasn't conservative. Let me play devil's advocate.
Right.
Just for a guess on that 4th and 1.
Go ahead.
3rd down, you think you're going to get it. You come up just a bit short. You know that they had their 3rd down package in, and if we line up fast and we snap it, we're going to catch them out of position.
Yeah.
And you did. There was nobody to the field side.
Right.
I mean, it was wide ass open.
Yeah.
I mean, it was almost a walk-in touchdown. And worst case scenario, the safety would have caught him before he got to the end zone. But all Juan Gaston had to do was down block.
But you're playing exactly. You're playing with a guy that you're playing with an offensive line. The right side of the offensive line is true freshman coming back from injury, enrolled in the summer.
They could not stop you on the edges all night, and Georgia and they couldn't stop inside zone either. So my point is, you're like, oh, we got this. Let's catch them out of position. And they there was no perimeter help. And when you looked at the field, you're like, God, give it to Gunnar. Just keep it and go right. You'll get to
you'll get it.
Yeah. And it was wide open. They're like, we got him. When you snap the ball, you're like, we got him.
It was there. You're right.
And just got one hand. He didn't get a huge hand. He got one hand on Cash Jones and snatched him to the ground. And
one hand, not bringing 2 down, but yeah, you're right.
But if they're out of position, and I could play, I mean, let's play out devil's advocate on this. If they're out of position, why not hard snap it? Why not hard count it? Why not try to make them jump?
Yeah, so they're thinking. They're thinking you're trying to catch them out of place. Yeah, absolutely.
If they're already out of place, why not catch them? Why not catch them out of place and say, we'll try to snap it three times, call timeout. Hey, we'll kick a field goal. We'll settle for 3.
Well,
exactly.
If you stand over it, you try to hard snap it, you are letting them get back into position.
Yeah, you are.
I mean, you take your 3 points to tie the game because your defense is playing better second half, and then you bet on yourself. I mean, your defense was a different team second half. I mean, I would take it's easy for me to say now, of course, because we're overreacting. But it's like, why not take 3 points, trust your defense, because they're a completely different team than Swiss cheese in the first half, and then you.
Yeah, but you also know that 1 or 2 plays, and let's look at the end of the second half, and I see TJ Witten and Heath. Hawaii still waiting to get back in. JC. Into the first half, 2 minutes. They drive the field on you in 90 seconds and score a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
They can score in 90 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
But Kirby's a second half team. That wasn't the second half.
But it's not like you got new players all of a sudden.
You still have to stop them. You still
remember they were 3 and out.
I agree. I do agree. I'm just trying to be optimistic in the second half for the Kirby thing. Right?
They got the ball. They had 3 back-to-back incompletions, and they should. A couple of those should not have been incompletions. They did not. It's not. In other words, it's nothing you did to really stop.
Yeah, exactly.
So Kirby knows he's got a Swiss cheese defense. It's not like all of a sudden they came out of the second half and just shut their asses down. They drove the field and missed a field goal. So he's like, I don't know. I don't know how many times we're going to get the ball. So we need to score touchdowns to win. I don't know if he kicked the field goal there. He's like, well, can we stop them? Because we know they can.
I don't know though, because that's the second time you kind of held them though. Like, I feel like that's the second time you've.
At that point, you don't know this.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, that's fair. But I mean, we could say the same thing.
David, I'm gonna say that. I think that's Ratho. He says it's easy for Ty Simpson to look great when he's got no pass rush, or when we have no pass rush.
Yeah, exactly.
Owens to the outside again. They had nobody. They had no perimeter help. Just like Georgia had very little perimeter help because those guys keep getting hooked. They can't get leverage on the outside. And David says, why? And kick the damn field goal. Why, Kirby? I'm with you, David. I think we all feel that way. And appreciate the super chat. That does help. I've spent $150 50, $160.
Heck,
bailing
if we
out.
want to reach, I mean, first or second drive, I mean, Gunner could have walked it to a first down. If we want to reach on that, like Gunner could have walked to a first down instead of trying to force it to. I love trying to get one involved. I love it. Like one played a factor in the Dylan Bell long run. One played a factor in many other ways, but take the first down, live to see another day, keep that drive going. Who knows what this game turns into if he just walks to a first down.
Which we've talked about it, Roddy. We've talked about it since week 1. Is mistakes, right? We've talked about mistakes and
We're in week
mistakes.
5.
Mistakes. We're in week 5, and we're still making freaking mistakes. I mean,
Well,
I can't
to be
name
fair,
you the
everybody
player.
is.
I mean,
Yeah,
yes.
I know. O-line's
but
not
the-
healthy. I get it. Like O-line's not healthy, but it's like,
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Why?
Let's talk about number 1 coming in on the personal foul.
Jesus.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about these small mistakes.
Didn't he give up a touchdown too?
Yes, and that's first down. No, first down. That
There
was
we go.
second
First
half.
down. There we have
But that's
first
still a
down.
first. That's a first down, and we only have 1 timeout left. So we're talking about mistakes, and when we talk about mistakes, we're talking about things like holding. We're talking about wasted possessions, like we stopped them on the 50, and we had it, and we went 3 and out. So we're talking about these little mistakes that cost you the game, right? So when you go 3 and out after stopping them on the 50, and you're not even in field goal range, these are things that are gonna kill you. These are things that's gonna make you lose the ball game, and which it did. I mean, at the end of the day, yes, you can talk about drop passes. That's a mistake. We can talk about penalties, sure. But when you look at it, I don't know. It's like we're still making the same freaking mistakes that we've made all year
Roddy,
long.
I feel like the beginning of the, like leading into the season, it was like Christian Miller's unblockable. Jordan Hall having a great offseason. Like, I'm not saying it's their fault necessarily, but like, where is that pass rush that was like leading up into the season? It was Christian Miller's unblockable. Like, I get
He was against Georgia's offense. Their offensive line. Apparently,
I mean, that's where my mind went. But it's like, I mean, if he's unblockable, I mean, a couple times tonight I saw him like fall, like, and it's nothing against him. Like, I'm not singling him out by any means. Like, it was definitely a team effort, but it's like, where is that unblockable player that we've been like getting hyped up about all off season? And
I mean, here's the thing though: when you can double team him, when you can,
when people know who 52 is, exactly.
You know, because you can't send an extra body because you need him in coverage.
And you see Georgia's offensive line. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, all you can see is within yourself, right?
Right.
And so when he's unblockable to your own O line, and he's not against somebody like this SEC, I mean, I don't know. It makes me worry.
So did Bama beat us tonight, or did we beat ourselves? Like, did Bama beat us tonight? Yeah.
Beat
okay.
ourselves.
Just make sure.
It's a little column A, a little column B, boys. It's they outcoached you. Brilliant.
I agree.
Brilliant game plan on offense. Make Georgia declare what they're going to do. Keep changing the play until the last second. And Georgia's trying everything. Georgia's trying to prevent everything, and you get them out of position, and you just pillage them.
But if he catches that ball, Georgia wins 28-24, right?
No, I'm with you. So, hey, don't. What was the difference of the game? 3 points.
Yeah.
When did you give them 3 points?
Before, let's see, it was 14 to 7. Yeah, the fumble.
You fumbled. Yeah. And your defense held them to a field goal.
Yeah.
Difference in the game, 3 points on a turnover.
Yeah.
Michael Cutright says, why on fourth and going to keep the ball on the edge. Yeah. He'd have run a long way.
I think it's more than that. I think it's earlier than that, dude. I think it's just the fact that you let Ty sit back there all day with no pressure, and like they literally was like, look, the deciding factor is if Ty has pressure or he doesn't, and he didn't most of the night. So it's, I mean,
But when you narrow it down, it is that fumble. I mean, it is that
It
fumble.
is.
You
Yes.
give up that 3 points, and it's 20. It's 21-21. I mean,
We got
even
lucky
if you
that it was
punt
only 3. We got lucky it was
right?
only 3.
Yeah,
Like the
dude,
fact that they
Exactly.
showed up
give
for
the defense
3.
credit.
Exactly.
Damn.
Exactly, and
But
that's what I'm
where?
saying. That's
So
the
I'm gonna give the defense credit for keeping it, limiting
Yeah.
it
Yep.
to a field
Absolutely.
goal.
for sure.
Where was the turnovers by Georgia's defense? When did Georgia get the ball in the 11 or the 20?
KJ had one. It wasn't the 11, but KJ had one.
Dropped
But
it. Dropped
you know
it.
what, though? I'm not going to put that on. Like, KJ knows he should have had it. I mean, KJ didn't bust any other plays,
He
I don't
dropped it
think.
just as bad as Talon Taylor did.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
fair enough. That's fair enough. I mean,
But Alabama,
I don't lose faith. I don't lose hope in KJ's ability to make the next play, but I agree. It was the same as the same. I mean, it's a
But
drop
again,
is a drop.
It was.
And last week 2 weeks ago against Tennessee, he's caught no man's land in zone coverage and doesn't make a play that he's supposed to.
Yep, you're right.
So,
So
You're right.
Roddy,
Fair enough.
my question is, do you work on secondary? I mean, you've seen what our secondary looks like.
No, that's why. Okay, again, on Monday I picked Alabama to win. By the end of the week, I picked Georgia to win. I should have stuck with my first pick just because I know Georgia's living a lie on defense. It's just not there. They don't have the talent.
Is the lie on the secondary or the lie on the pressure, though?
You can't cover.
You got to pick one. Life's on the line.
I mean,
If you can't pressure, you got to cover, and if
You
you
gotta
can't
cover.
cover, you got to pressure. Right?
I feel like most of tonight was the fact that there was no pressure. Tonight, at least, was the fact there was no pressure. Like,
There was no pressure and there was no cover. Either one. There was neither
I
one.
mean,
Not really.
I feel like the
give up
pressure like outweighed the coverage. To me. I mean, tonight at least. Who knows what the
let's put it
rest of
this
the
way.
season could.
Okay, here I'll answer this for you, and let me hit on David Rutho here. It says it's Kirby's job to clean up his secondaries, and it's Kirby's job to clean it up. He's going to get pass rushers, so he's going with the rushers. I get that. Simpson never had to get off his spot, and that's how you beat Bama. That ain't good. So
Let's
David
not talk about tackling.
Yeah, David says, hey, you got to get some pressure on him. Let's go back to that Tennessee game real quick. How many of those passes were contested?
Well,
how many of them were wide ass open?
A lot of them.
Nobody around.
A lot of them.
How many tonights was a guy had 2 steps? You had Daylen Everett playing 6 feet off a guy, or 16 feet off of a guy.
Yeah.
On a 3rd and 6. The guy runs 7 yards, turns around, first down.
Yeah.
You got did Daniel Harris touch the field tonight?
Again, you can't pressure a guy on first down. Okay. Yeah. You can't tie your hair back and just go after him and on first, because what if they decide to run the ball?
Right.
Yeah.
And what happened? Georgia decided to pressure, and Ty Simpson ran it right down their damn throat. So my point is,
because of a missed tackle by Raylan, not getting home there.
Give me a tie.
Yeah. Yeah.
And coverage, and I'll win you football games. I don't have to pressure. It's you'll beat them if you can get pressure on them. That's a guaranteed win. If you can cover and pressure, when Georgia could do that with Darian Kendrick, Kamar Lassiter, go back to Maurice Smith. When you had guys, Eric Stokes, when you could cover on an island and then you could bring bodies, you're undefeatable.
Yeah.
That's why they talk about the 33-game win streak. A lot of those games were against teams when Georgia's like, look, we can stop the run. We don't have to, and we can put guys one-on-one. We can cover. So,
did Daniel Harris play tonight?
I
don't remember seeing 7 on the field.
Yeah, I need to look at the thing.
I know. Hey, DeMello Jones, I will give credit to DeMello Jones. Got thrown in the mix, and I thought he held his own for the most part.
I said DeMello Jones needs to replace Ellis Robinson. I'm done with Ellis. Guys. I
don't know if I'm done with Ellis Robinson, but I mean, DeMello Jones definitely earned his keep tonight for sure.
And Big Sam's like, why are we paying the Army guy? Hello, Madozi, we're not paying him.
Yeah, I didn't see him at all. And Gabe Harris got pushed around tonight too.
Hey, dude, Georgia, those guys keep getting hooked inside. And
the
outside leverage. Georgia has no leverage on the edges. And
33 showed up tonight a little bit though. He showed a little.
He did after bad horse collar tackle, but he
made up for it that same
plays.
series, that same drive. He made up for it. So I don't even look at that. I mean,
on 3 play. Yeah, he did. So that
yep,
was big.
he did. I will negate that horse collar.
No, I actually said, I'm like, he needs to make up for that play, and
He sure did.
later, he was there.
But
How many
DeMello Jones,
turnovers-
if we're going, go ahead, Hawaii.
Well, how many interceptions, forced fumbles do we have this year, Roddy? How many?
It ain't a lot.
It isn't a lot.
No.
And this comes back to my, I guess, just I don't know. But when you don't have a lot, let's look at LSU defense. They had 5 turnovers against Florida.
Not
Let's
today.
look at not today. But Ole Miss also had some interceptions and some forced fumbles. So when we go in to play Ole Miss, how many are we going to have to beat Ole Miss, or how many are we going to have to against Arch when we play Texas? You know, these are. I think we're fine because we do play Ole Miss at home. We do play Texas
For sure.
at home.
Absolutely.
And we can make this back, right? We can
Yep.
we can obviously make up for this loss. But if the secondary doesn't improve, if the pass rush doesn't improve before then,
That coincides.
then we're
I can answer your
screwed.
question now. Georgia has gained 3 interceptions. They have lost 4 fumbles. So they are -1 on
-1.
Think about it. So,
How many of those are Nate?
I feel like all 3, but I could be wrong there. No, the wide receiver, London Humphreys dropped one of those.
That's right. It was wet.
Yeah,
it was wet. Yeah, you're right.
2 on Nate, 1 on London. But coming into this game, Alabama had gained they're 6. They're positive 6.
Yeah.
So they have 0 fumbles, 0 interceptions coming into this game. So now they're 7. They are +6. Georgia's -1.
So how do you feel? Like,
2
so if we see them again in the SEC championship game, how do you feel about that game going into it?
I think you figure out what. I think if you play them again, you beat them.
Yeah. I agree.
Here's the thing.
I agree.
Georgia
the run defense was elite tonight. Run defense was phenomenal.
Ole Miss is going to be good. You know, the run defense was good, but then they're not a good running team. But you can't stop the throwing and catching.
The pass, yeah, you can't stop it.
What's interesting what's interesting though is like that I kept hearing all week is like if Kirby makes you one dimensional, it's not a good recipe for success. And they did not run the ball for shit tonight. And look what happened. I mean, yes, it's only a loss by a little bit, but it's a loss. So it's like
it still comes back on mistakes too. I
mean, they only scored 24.
Yeah,
you should have been able to at least be there with them.
You should have at least been there at 28, at least.
But they could not run the ball though. I mean, it's like
they couldn't run the ball. But I'm saying Georgia's mistakes is what cost you the game. I mean,
I know, I agree, but I'm just going back. I'm just sticking to
fumble.
like the point of
Right.
everybody was harping on make
Yeah.
make one dimensional. Kirby's going to demolish you, and it's like, well, is that actually true
to be
now?
fair, normally that is true because he runs a balanced defense. He runs
Exactly. And I'm not like out to get. I'm just go ahead. Right?
If you're going to make them one dimensional, and their best dimension is throwing and catching, the passing game, I don't know that you can make them one dimensional. Yeah, you can take away the run and like, okay, then we're going to drop. We're going to drop. We'll go dime coverage. We'll go brackets. We'll go.
But I mean, it's like if you know that that's what they're going to do. If you know that.
Kirby said it himself. We knew it was coming. We could stop it, basically.
Yeah.
You couldn't send more than what you had. Is that all? Like what you sent tonight? Is that all we got? Like
you had to drop them all, and it still wasn't enough.
I mean, but you can't pin some ears back on like Chris Cole's only. I mean, Chris Cole can only do so much, but like there's nobody else you can pin some ears back and say, hey, go get 15 or go get Ty Simpson.
You can drop. You can let him do that, but he's going to pick you apart.
And we can always blame, hey, if we drop that pass or if we make that catch, we're up 28-24. But also we forget about Ryan Williams' big drop there at the beginning of the game. They could have been up by 10. They
I
could have went up by
negated
10.
that with Arian Smith's drop last year. That was my like, okay, he dropped it this year. We dropped it last year. We're gonna win this game.
Yeah, but they scored
That's
on that
just me.
drive.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
so I mean, that long pass didn't matter that they dropped it because they still wound up
They
scoring.
still,
they
they
still
still
scored.
scored.
They still
yeah.
scored. We
Yeah,
did
I
not.
guess.
You're
Yeah, I
right.
guess
You're
that's
right.
still.
So that
Yeah.
the Talon Taylor, and again, I was listening
But
to
that-
post on the ride over here to my house. Kirby said, "Look, that is a play designed specifically for him."
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm like, okay, but I love it, and I think they had a run designed specifically for Peanut, but I'm like, I know you want to get everybody involved, you want to get them used to it, and it's a play that's worked. I mean, the play worked, and
Yeah.
they wanted to call against a specific defense. They finally rolled into that defense, that coverage. They got it. They threw it. It didn't happen. So to your question there, Heath, yeah, you beat yourself. But when does beating yourself, when do mistakes just become who you are?
Yeah. Yeah.
And my point is, this is who they are now. The
Right.
only thing I would change, and I don't want to second guess the coaches. I know 1/1000 of what they know, but the personnel decisions, that let's throw to the tight ends or something.
Well,
Yeah.
and
Well, we
let me
tried.
add-
He got
let
his
me add JC
clock
here.
smashed.
and I'm not trying to blame Bobo because I do believe he had a heck of a game against Tennessee. We can all agree he had
Yeah.
great play calling, but that fourth down will always make me question
Yeah.
what could have happened.
Whose call
What
was
could
that?
have happened?
Whose call was that?
Kirby's.
I guess that's Kirby's at the end of the day,
No,
right?
it's Kirby's.
No.
It's 100% Kirby's. It's nothing
No,
but Kirby's.
I'm not trying. I don't want to act like I'm telling you anything, but I will say this: the head coach always tells his offensive coordinator if we're going forward on fourth down. That is
Yeah.
always Kirby's call. He will say it's 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 6.
Yeah.
The conversation before they make the 3rd down call is, do you have 1 or 2 plays to get the first down?
Yeah.
And he will tell Mike, and Mike will, on his little sheet there,
He'll look at him.
right.
Yeah.
I would just,
Next
man,
play.
I trust number
So then,
two.
I guess it is on Kirby. I mean, then it is on Kirby. So then
It's
I
on
guess
Kirby
the question
They
regardless.
go
but yeah,
conservative like they did
100%.
against Tennessee. That's on Kirby. And I'm not trying to crap
Yeah.
on any coach. I'm just saying I want
We're not crapping on him. No, we love the
No.
guy.
I'm just saying when
No.
it's the decisions where I don't blame Kirby is why the hell do you let these running back coach for years pull the wrong running back? Why do you
Yeah.
let the wide receiver guys put in the wrong damn wide receiver? Why not ride your hot horses, man? And I know you don't want the kids
Chauncey's a
to get
beast.
hurt
Yeah.
or he's tired. I'm like, I guarantee you Chauncey Bowens has carried the ball 30 more times and probably been a 200-yard rusher.
Promise. But
Yeah.
Chauncey's a beast, and he's gonna get you one, maybe. I mean,
Yeah.
couple at least. And,
Yeah.
and Cash, I love Cash. I love Cash Jones a lot. But when you've got a running back like Nate Frazier or Chauncey Bowens, those are the guys I'm going with. Those
That's
are
all I'm saying.
at the end of
That's
the
all I'm
day.
saying.
That is the guys that I'm going with at the end of the day. I don't care. Those are the guys that are tough. Those are the guys that fight. Those are the guys that are gonna get you the first down.
Those
no
are the
matter
guys
what.
that are falling forward.
Yes,
For yards.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Well, my
Yeah,
battery's
fair
on 2%. I appreciate y'all having me on. It took me about 20 minutes to get on this with the StreamYard thing, but
I'm sorry.
I keep forgetting how to get on here because I'm normally too impaired. But
I'm glad you made it this far.
no, I appreciate y'all. Thanks for having me on. Go Dogs.
man.
Wait, it's
See you,
early.
Dogs.
All right, JC, I see you got the. Wait, is that a real child?
Yeah, I'm in the hospital right now with my newborn, but
What a blessing.
she has to learn today what it's like to be a dog fan. So
What a blessing. Heartbreak.
Mashallah, Habibi, mashallah, as my family would say. They would say, praise be to God for a healthy child. That is fantastic.
Absolutely.
thank you.
Absolutely.
Hey,
Congratulations.
with a new baby, you are an absolute winner. Yeah, everybody in the comment section, y'all tell them, JC, congratulations. What's this, boy or girl? I'm assuming it's a girl.
That's second girl.
Little pink, pinkish hat there. What's her
Yeah.
name?
Pink cat there, little Elsie James Caraway.
Elsie James.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
All right,
Congratulations.
don't cuss, but tell us what you thought of the game.
Well, I think let y'all two and the guy who was there previously, kind of crazy to say that our run defense was elite, because whenever they needed 4 yards to get to 2nd and 6, 2nd and 5, they got it every single time. The last drive, first down, everyone in the stadium knows they're running the ball 7 yards. So I think that's crazy to say. There was nothing elite about that defense. And the guy I blame is Dabo Sweeney. I mean Kirby Smart, the guy who let Damon Wilson get outbid from his team when you're losing all your pass rushers and you couldn't set an edge really last year, and you let that guy walk out the door. And you just constant outcoached. And I was always 2021 saying, oh, BS, we didn't win because of injuries. We won that national championship because Jamison Williams tore his ACL, because we ain't beating Bama with a healthy team, because Kirby is incapable of doing it. I mean, and he said philosophy, I go for it every single time, fourth and 1. Well, you had 3rd and 3, and it's not like we were 3rd and 9 and had Bama's nickel or dime defense out there. They had all their run stoppers in there on 3rd and 3, and then you go 4th and 1 with Cash Jones, and my God, Bobo, if his life is on the line, you could give him Herschel Walker, Barry Sanders, any player in the world. He's given the ball to Cash Jones. And I know he tickles everybody pink because he's a little white boy running back. I'm done with Cash Jones. I'm sick of it. And that throw, we go 3rd and 5, game on the line, and we're throwing it behind the line of scrimmage to Cash Jones. And that's on coaching. And, the team, when Kirby's defense, when you really need it, they got torched this week. You have no DBs. You have no defensive line. It's a team built of middle linebackers, and I love our middle linebackers. But what players on defense get paid the least in the NFL? Middle linebackers, because teams are paying guys who can get after the passer and guys who can cover receivers, and we don't have that, period.
I will say that I'm a big fan of what CJ Allen and Raylan Wilson can do in the run game. But you don't have guys that can cover like you had with the Nakobe Dean, with the Roquan.
Right.
And don't get me wrong, those guys are phenomenal. Roquan may be a generational linebacker, so I'm not trying to compare them to the best that who may have ever done it at Georgia. But even with your Quay Walkers, some of those other guys knock down a pass or would be in phase with a tight end. Now, I will never begrudge a inside linebacker having to go with a real wide receiver or a slot guy. Okay, you can't expect them to do it. There are a couple times that they're running with a tight end that they just get beaten, and I'm like, okay, man, now you work on that. You work on that nonstop. You got to do something there. So, I will say that the Kirby did praise his run defense. He said we stopped the run, but we did not stop the pass. I liked how we played against the run, but I'm with you. When you have to stop them again, 2 minutes left in the first half, they get the ball back. They drive the field in 90 seconds. Some of that's throwing, some of it's running. There were some run plays. At the end of the game, you got to get a stop. First play, as you said, 7 yards. 2nd 3. 3rd 1, they get it. 1st and 10 again. Okay, you've used up your timeouts. You used the 2-minute warning. You got to stop it again. 6 yards. So many missed tackles. Dalen Everett missed tackle. KJ Bolden missed tackle. Ellis Robinson missed tackle. Quintavious Johnson missed tackle. Trying to think, there's a few more, but that's on your defense.
They can't tackle at all. I mean, I'm
open field tackling is where you had to do it, and they did
many times. And every time they drop back for a pass, and you see us rushing them, and you're like, oh, they might get a sack here. It's like, oh God, how deep are they going to go? Or if you see us kind of play back a little bit, it's like, well, how short are they going to go? They're going to get 6, 7, 8 yards right here, and it just makes you wonder. I don't know. It just makes you wonder. Defense, just kind of like how you were saying. I mean, secondary gets paid a lot, and pass rushers get paid a lot. So, it makes you wonder, just in the near future, can we get to the QB quick? and can we cover the pass?
You can if you bring
the deep ball.
Bring extra guys, but that's just exposes your secondary. That's why we're talking. I'm like, you can send Chris Cole, but now you have a gap somewhere else.
Deep.
What happened
too.
against Tennessee?
I mean,
you walked your linebackers up because you're going to stop them on the run, right?
Yep.
What did they do? They threw right behind your linebackers and gashed you for 2 quarters.
Yep. And I don't know if y'all seen it, but how many balls did it look like we gave up on? How many balls did it look like, hey, if that guy kind of just a little more effort, puts his hand up, something, maybe that's a tip pass. Maybe not, but it just kind of looked like we just kind of gave up on the ball.
Because they're not playing in phase. They're chasing guys that got past them. And, I mean, Kirby and them, they didn't think Dan Jackson was going to be who he ended up to be. And they still haven't figured out that position after him. I mean, you had a couple of years to get a guy, and it's like the Braves. Anthropoulos says we can shop any aisle, and Kirby and Georgia kind of say the same thing, but we can't because we lose out on we didn't go out and get a pass rush, and we didn't fill that other safety void. In every single game, Kyron Jones or whoever they have out there at safety opposite of KJ is burnt toast every single.
Absolutely, I've been saying it since game 1. So. Eastside T says inside the tackle, CJ Allen all day passing downs. We should be leaning on the other. We should be learning the other linebackers' names. And on pass, that's the thing though. On passing downs, they do change. Third down, you bring in Chris Cole. You saw Justin Williams play a lot more tonight, and Chris Cole. So they bring in their Jaguar package, and we're going to get after the quarterback. We're going to have a guy who can cover, but those guys are better on first down. Most teams run it. You don't know what they're going to do. If you drop guys to stop the pass, they're going to gash you on a big run, and now they're looking at second and 3, second and 4, which now you have no idea what's coming because they can run and get a first down, or they can waste the down thinking we'll be third and short, so we're going to pass it. It's a law of probabilities. So I'm with you there. It's just when you can't cover, you just get torched. Yeah. You can't make them one-dimensional.
Which you've seen that. Obviously, against Tennessee, you get torched. I mean, secondary gets torched.
Well, we got back in both of those games because the quarterbacks aren't, all-time great players. Those quarterbacks got inaccurate. That's the only reason why we got back in Tennessee game.
But they were so accurate to start, dude. It was almost supernatural how well both of them were playing to start both those games. And at some point, you can't keep that up. You would be Grayson Lambert to hit on the way Joey Aguilar was hitting, the way Ty Simpson was hitting. He was on, and hardly anybody can do that. I mean, there's a reason a 70% completion rate is considered. Yeah, that's doing fantastic, And when those guys Joey starts out 100, and Ty Simpson's pretty damn close to that. It's like, okay, this is And again, he came in. Kirby said he was the hottest QB in the country. The guy was 41 of 46. So, but then he started missing some, and you changed up your coverage a little bit, and some guys started making plays.
The hottest QB is whoever's playing Georgia, apparently.
I mean, once a year you make somebody look like I'm just thinking about that kid at Ole Miss. Good God,
how many of those were guys just completely wide open? I mean, you have Zach Branch making a crazy play where he's getting pinballed, Gunner's trying to thread a ball to Delp between 4 guys, and then Bama's just scheming guys wide open. And that's the disconnect for me on the getting out coached.
Yep. Oh, that said they absolutely got out coached. Somebody was saying in the comments that, why don't you acknowledge that there are coaching issues? Absolutely. Yeah.
How many 3-and-outs did we have tonight? How many 3-and-outs did we have?
Definitely had one to start the game. That was a killer.
And then the one at the 50-yard line where we
stopped the 50-yard line. I think that was the only 3-and-outs.
But those are big 3-and-outs, right? You want to start the game hot, obviously. It's not.
Here's the thing: you had so few plays. So, real quick, Georgia ran 53 plays. I think last year they may have only had 55 or something like that. But if you only have 53 plays, and I'm not a Mike Bobo apologist. I've said for years the best thing that can happen at UGAsports.com is change a coordinator, offense or defense. when we get a coaching search, our numbers go through the roof because we usually break the news. So people come to us to find out who it's going to be. But you had 53 plays and you scored 21 points. You should have scored more.
Mhm.
That was pretty damn good. You rushed for 227 yards. That's phenomenal. You threw for 130 wasn't great. I mean, you in other words, they were moving, but those 3 and outs, you just did not have that many drives. Let's see, 2 drives in the first quarter, 3 drives in the second, to 4 drives in the second, 3 drives in the third. That's just, 1 in the fourth.
Yeah, they still got killed time possession wise in that.
Yeah, they had you by 10 minutes. So my point is, when you have so few plays or 2 drives that are 3 and out, if you'd gotten 1 first down, you'd have 3 more. You'd had at least 6 more plays. One of those could have been another Dylan Bell rush, Chauncey Bowen's 35-yarder, something to flip the field. Even if you'd gotten the first anything on that long pass. Sorry, I know I focus on that long pass, but it's just you dialed one up and you dropped the game. And I don't want to put it on Talon Taylor. It's the kid. I know he feels like garbage, but I just would like to see that same play, that specialty play with a tag, go to Dylan Bell, go to Noah Thomas, go to Colby Young, feed Colby Young. Colby Young, did you see anybody play with more anger? He caught a 1-yard pass and fought like hell. Got 2 yards, only 3 yards. But he was slamming people around.
He fought like hell. He fought like hell to get it.
I'll tell you that a good team picks up for Talon Taylor, just like Ryan Williams dropped. They still scored a touchdown. But I'll leave you guys with this because this baby's starting to wake up. One, I was proud of the O-line. I thought the freshman played really well to run for that amount. I mean, you couldn't expect much more, but I'll break some news for you guys. Glenn Schumann will not be going to be a head coach next year. Breaking news.
I've been saying that for 2 years, dude.
No shot. We're fine with the defensive coordinator.
No, I'm with you, CJ. Excuse me, JC. I'll agree with you. And the reason I said he's not going to be a head coach is a lot of the calls that have come in have all been on as a defensive coordinator. Seeing how uncomfortable he is in front of the media and talking to people. He's a football guy, football savant. He knows defense. I get it. But I just don't see him as having the PR chops to go into a room full of donors and get them to open their books for, checkbooks for NIL. There's a reason he's still here. All right, man. We'll let you go.
All right. Take care, guys.
Go
All right, we're going to bring on TJ Witten. TJ has been waiting incredibly patiently for a long time, and I feel bad because I get very long-winded when I've been drinking. So
we're matching.
All right, and I got Marvin Charles Savant. Yes, I will say a lot of the stuff that Georgia does, a lot of its defensive things have been come up with. Glenn Schumann has come up with them, but teams are adjusting, and he doesn't have the firepower that he did. We talk about the fact that the defensive line doesn't have a sack in 4 games. You don't have a Jordan Davis. You don't have a Devontae Wyatt. You don't have a Trayvon Walker.
Jalen Carter.
Don't have a Jalen Carter. So sometimes you can't do as much as you did when you had better players, when you had better guys in the secondary. So he did get out coached. I'm not defending him. I'm just saying that if you talk to people in the business, they'll say, sit down with Glenn Schumann for 15 minutes and talk defensive football, and you'll come blown away. But that doesn't mean you can be a head coach. Not everybody's talking about him being a head coach somewhere. They do not understand that he is not getting those calls. All right, I'm sorry, TJ. I had to go off on that rant. Get your thoughts.
Well, first time on the Overreaction show.
Appreciate it.
Listened to it on podcast for years now. Never jumped on.
Glad you did.
Jump on here and say a few things. First off, to compare Kirby Smart to Dabo Swinney is absolutely crazy work. That is unbelievable. Kirby Smart is way out of Dabo's realm. So I'll get that off my chest. But no, it's just whatever witch that Auburn hired to put the hex on that stadium in Auburn is the same witch that they hired at Alabama to put the hex on Georgia. That's all I can say about it. It's just a weird football game every time we see them. No breaks go our way. I hate to be this guy, but there was Holden missed all night, blatant.
Oh God.
Especially when we got them backed up in their own end zone, and then they call a holding on our defensive back.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever it was blatant, the center held our defender right up the middle.
He did. I screamed it, and when they said holding, I'm like, I'm like doing this little dance on the watch along show, pointing it out, and then they're like, number 6 defense. I'm like,
but hey, that's football. Like I understand, and I'm not going to put this at the feet of the ref at all. So don't get me that way, but it's just a weird football game when we play them. I have complete faith in that defense. I have complete faith in Kirby Smart. And yes, there was something to be lacked there, but we still it's proven as the year goes on, this defense gets better, and it's going to do nothing but get better.
I hope so. I don't have the faith you do.
The whole decision to go for that on 4th down, you didn't have to rush right there, man. You and I understand why they did, because they were on the goal line trying to punch it in, and they wanted to review it, and they would have scored a touchdown out there. So they're thinking, oh, we don't want that to happen again. Let's go ahead and get this 1st down. But at the same time, I don't mind that play being reviewed. It's not imperative that it's not reviewed. Yeah. Worst comes to worst, they say it's all right, it's 4th and 1, 4th and half a yard. We're going to go for it, but let's take our time right here, and let's get the right play call in. Let's get the right people in the game, and let's do the thing, But instead of that, you run the play right there as quick as possible, throw a little pass out there to Cash Jones, and it just didn't work out for you. So,
and going back to TJ's point, Roddy, is how many penalties did we have tonight?
Well, when I first got on here, I mentioned Georgia had 10 coming into the game.
10.
Okay, that was like 4th least in the nation.
Yeah.
Okay, they were phenomenal. I can actually tell you exactly. Let's go national. Look at penalties. Total number of penalties. 3rd. My apologies. Georgia was only behind New Mexico and Iowa in having the least number of penalties. So to give Iowa credit, they only had 9 and they've played 4 games. Georgia had 10 and only played 3. So Iowa is a very disciplined team. But this is probably the high water mark in Kirby Smart's career, because he lets his guys ride the edge of what's legal and not. Like when it comes to holding or pass interference, stuff like that. Because you want to be right on the edge. Because I've asked him in the past, Kirby, do you have, what are your thoughts on the penalties? Like, well, you don't want to have too many, but you don't want to have too few, because if you have too few, you're not trying hard enough. So, okay. And again, it's reasonable. I mean, whatever advantage you can get. So 10 through 3 games. Tonight they had 5. So they increased their percentage by 50% in 1 game.
Yeah.
And if you go back to that, Georgia needs to move the ball, 4th quarter. Pick up a big gain, Bo Hewley. Holding. Now you're looking at 1st and 16, 2nd and 16.
Yep.
Trying to convert that. That's almost
behind the sticks.
Yeah. The penalties kill you. You're trying to stop the clock. You're trying to get the ball back, and Ellis Robinson comes diving in over the top.
Yeah.
Can't do that. So
it's the little things, period. I mean, there's so many missed tackles in open field. We have the number 1 cornerback out of his class, the number 1 safety out of his class, and neither one of them can make a tackle in open field in a big moment in the game.
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
How many gave them 1st downs, Roddy? How many penalties gave them 1st downs?
Ooh,
the horse collar.
Yeah, I was just about to say the horse collar was.
And then jumping on top of the pile.
By the way, there was a missed horse collar on Chauncey Bowens down that sideline.
Really, I missed that one. I'm
I
not doubting
did
you.
miss that one.
Yeah. Oops, I went the wrong way. Let's go home team and penalties. Let's go Georgia defensive penalties. Defensive holding. Well, there's one for you.
Yeah, first down.
Leverage penalty, 15 yards. They accepted that one on
First
Xavier
downs.
McLeod. Horse collar tackle, 15 yards. They accepted that one. Unnecessary roughness, 15 yards. So 55 yards of penalties. So 4 of them. So, yeah.
So 4 first downs that you've given Alabama to
Well,
work
now
with.
the leverage one doesn't get them a first down. That
Okay.
was on their kick, on their touchdown. You got called for leverage, and they were able to kick it to you and pin you deep.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think you came right out of that, and that's when I think you had that holding.
So 3 first downs, right?
Yeah. So, 3 first downs: the holding, the horse collar tackle, and the unnecessary roughness. That will results in automatic first down.
At the very least, that's a field goal.
Results in automatic first down. Results in automatic first down. Yeah, 3 first downs via penalty. So, not.
Maybe you have an answer for this, and this is completely irrelevant to this game because every time, aside from where we went for it on 4th down, we scored in the red zone. Why haven't we seen like a back shoulder fade to either Noah Thomas or Colby Young when we get down there? I haven't been able to wrap my mind around that to save my life.
To me, so if you're getting down there, I mean, most of the time they just pounded it in. How were they in the red zone? It was, to me, they bogged down in the 50s or in the midfield.
Yeah.
So game, the red zone Georgia was 2 of 3. So maybe they should have tried that. I get it. I'd like to see them throw some of those, but at the same time, I'm like, man, you can. If you can run it like Georgia was running it tonight, I'm like, just pound it in. Pound it in. Get it in there.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? I mean, Chauncey Bowens.
I'm not arguing with you, TJ. I'm just saying it's
No.
It's low. And here's the thing: how many do you see in a normal game? It's a pretty low probability pass and catch.
For instance, this was weeks ago. The Austin P game at the end of the half where you can't punch it in. I understand you're scrambling around. You have no timeouts. You're trying to get it punched in. I would have liked to see him throw a back shoulder fade right there to maybe Colby Younger or Noah Thomas.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, use your big guys to your advantage.
Yeah, the way Colby boxes out. And here's the thing, on the back shoulder, on that particular back shoulder fade, when he turns around and catches it, there's a good likelihood that he's going to turn back upfield and shove his guy to the ground.
Yeah.
And we hadn't really seen that since last year's Alabama game where we had that interception at the end of the game. Really hadn't seen that since then.
And not disagreeing with you, TJ, but we did throw it right there at the end of the half, and we dropped it. We dropped some passes right there. We had a wide open touchdown, but we dropped it. I mean, and I don't know who it was. I couldn't tell you which player it was that dropped it, but it was one of our main receivers. I mean, we did throw it, we did try, but we couldn't run it, and we dropped the ball. I mean, it was on both sides, right? I mean, so I see what you're saying. I do totally agree. I would like to see those more, but when you try it and it fails, you just kind of got to keep going with what's working, right, for that game.
We got some pretty good questions here I want to get to, and I want to ask the folks in the comments section a couple questions. I do need to mention our friend over at Benton & Benton. His name is Bart Benton. So if you're looking to if you need a personal injury attorney or someone to take care of you, be smart. Call Bart, 866-974-0330. It's a free consultation. And I know a lot of people are like, well, I don't want to bug a lawyer because then they're going to, I can't afford a lawyer. You don't know if you can afford a lawyer or not. You have no damn clue. What you need to do is reach out to Bart Benton of Benton & Benton Attorneys at Law and say, hey, can I get that free consultation? I think I have a case. I think someone wronged me. I think I need some help. and he will say, okay, come into my office. Let's sit down and talk about it. You don't have to pay anything. Now, if he takes your case, he's going to get he'll have a fee, but this is a guy who's recovered $58 million in 2024. So it's not like he's hurting for money. He's not there to gouge you. He's there to be sure that the tractor trailer company that rear-ended you pays through the nose to fix your car and make sure you have no more health issues. The dog, the people who never put their damn dogs up and the dog comes out and bites you and you have to go get stitches and it hurts like heck and you're stuck with it, the swelling goes on for a long time and they still won't put their dog up. Reach out to Bart Benton. He will take care of it. You got hurt at work or you were wrongfully fired. Whatever it is where you were screwed over, reach out to Bart Benton. And I know you're tough. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Like, well, I won't remember that. Just remember the tagline. Be smart, call Bart. I've tried this. I punched it into Google. I punched it into DuckDuckGo. And if you type in, quote, be smart, call Bart, Bart Benton will pop up on your screen. It'll be the number one thing. So you can do that and make sure that you got it. So I'm going to reach out to him and say, hey, can you sue whoever decides to pull out Chauncey Bowens after he's running like a maniac and put in Nate Phillips? Whoever's pulling out, and again, nothing against Josh McCray, but he's great down around the goal line. But sometimes I'm like, why is he in the middle of the field? Can we sue whoever decided that Georgia's interior linemen, the defensive linemen, are never going to get to the quarterback? There's got to be a lawsuit there, Bart. I need you to come on and help us out, my friend. So
There's got to be.
There's got to be something there. All right. Wait, was there what happened in the fight from the fans? Is there a fight in the fans? I don't know.
I'm sure there was.
I like this from Perfect Storm. It said, honestly, I really didn't feel that Bama played better than Tennessee. Georgia just straight up beat themselves. Kirby needs to finally break up with Bama. That was a question that, Heath, we were talking about. Is Georgia beats itself, but is this what we can now come to expect? The last time I felt that Georgia played a game where it really didn't shoot itself in the foot was maybe Texas last year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and you look back on it and thank God we didn't lose to Tennessee, right? I mean, because then you're looking at 2-2. I mean, that was a shootout. I think Georgia did beat themselves. I mean, I do think they beat themselves because of the mistakes. I always go back to the mistakes, Roddy, and you know that.
Yeah.
And
No, I'm with you.
I think we shot ourselves in the foot by the fumble that they got 3 points on, by the drop miss pass. That hurts you. By the personal foul, unnecessary roughness, that kills you. By the 3 and out, I think you're shooting yourself by going in 3 and out right on the 50. I mean, those are things that you look back on. Those are the things.
The 3 and out on the 50, though, that's the drop touchdown pass.
Right. Yeah.
True. Good play call, true. Good throw, bad catch. So, but I'm with you there. So my point is, I tried when I wrote my column on Friday. I said the defense isn't as good as they used to be, but that's the whole team. Yeah. We talked about this on Tuesday. You just don't have the dominant. You have a better roster, or a slightly better roster, than just about anybody you're going to face.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You don't have a dominant roster.
Nobody does.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Nobody does. I look at Ohio, I don't go, ooh, dominant. I look at Alabama, I don't go, ooh, dominant. Clemson, hell no. I mean,
LSU, not dominant.
No. Ole Miss, not dominant. Texas, not dominant. I don't care who you look at. So what is it going to come down to? Again, it's a lack. When we say lack of talent, it's lack of talent compared to what you're used to. So we can't keep looking back at 21 and 22 because that's just never going to happen again with NIL and the transfer portal. The transfer portal, more than NIL, it's about playing time. You just can't stack them. So that when you have a situation where your cornerback's getting beat, I mean, again, I mentioned Jawan Briscoe and Kirby Smart's first year. You pull him and put somebody better in there. Hey, let's bring in like an Eric Stokes.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when you had Warren McClendon? If Warren McClendon got hurt and he came out, you put in Broderick Jones behind him.
Mm-hmm.
You had Marius Mims waiting on the sideline. You can't have it. So the reason I get to it is, or the reason I'm saying this, is it is going to come down to 1, 2, or 3 plays when you can't dominate them because you don't have so many better players. A dropped pass, a missed tackle, a turnover, all the stuff that is not exactly sexy determines the outcome of your game. Alabama did not have the same issues, and they beat your ass tonight.
Whoever makes the least mental mistakes and whoever is the healthiest at the end of the year will win the national championship.
Absolutely. I mean, Ohio State last year, they were still dealing with parity. They did have a bunch of guys drafted. They're not as good this year, but they were healthier at the end of the year last year. They lost 2 games.
They got a Michigan problem just as well as we have an Alabama problem.
Yeah,
honestly.
I'm with you.
And I think this NIL stuff has changed all of that, Roddy, what you just said. This NIL has absolutely changed the whole landscape of college football. How many people thought that Notre Dame was going to make it to the national championship last year? I sure as hell didn't.
No.
I thought for sure, hey, that's a gimme game. Thank God we got the good schedule. We got the easy schedule to get to the national championship. Well, guess what? Notre Dame showed up. They exposed us, and we lost. And guess what? They made it to the national championship. Now they got beat by Ohio State, but like my buddy here said, it's whoever the healthiest is. It's whoever is, making the least mental errors every single game. And if you can control that on every Saturday, that's pretty impressive. I don't see anybody in college football right now that I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the team to beat.
It's
not like you used to.
So
not like you used to.
That gives me optimism because I'm like, yeah, Georgia can beat these teams, but
yeah,
can Georgia get out of Georgia's way?
So, yeah.
I think this team is heads and miles and miles better than that team last year. I really do. Maybe not on the defensive side of the ball. You lost a lot over there, but offensively, I think we're a lot better than we were last year. Also, I seen where JT had commented and said that Bobo had 2 weeks to prepare and have a plan for that opening drive. He did. There was a drop pass, and quite frankly, a pass that was not catchable right there that caused us to go 3 and out. And I'm the biggest Gunnar Stockton fan that's out there. Even before the Tennessee game, I watched the kid in high school. I'm a full believer in Gunnar Stockton and what he can do with his legs. I also know that he can throw the ball. I think he gets a little confused whenever people play zone coverage against him, but he's still young and he's learning. But there's a lot that can be said about that kid. I want the guy that goes to the coach and says, "I'm taking my non-contact jersey off to make your defense better in the midst of a national championship run," and that's the guy that we got at the helm. So I'm cool with it.
No, I don't think people can complain about Gunnar Stockton's game.
Not at all.
It's not like he was just throwing shit passes and making bad reads. They were missed blocks, and Georgia ran the ball. Huge. What did we say coming into the season we want to see Georgia do? Run the ball, stop the run. Georgia ran the ball like maniacs today. They said they wanted to have those efficient runs. You averaged over 10 yards a carry.
We didn't see Dwight Phillips tonight, did we?
Did he get a touch? You're right. The Georgia gets the stop on 4th down, and that's the first guy they bring in, and he got 1 yard. So, not a big fan of that one there. So,
when Chauncey Bowens is toting the rock the way that he was,
if he's running like that, I'm not letting anybody else in.
I'm not letting anybody else touch the ball. I'm not letting anybody
even
else
my
touch
boy
the ball.
Josh McCray on the goal line, I'm like, well, Chauncey got you down there. Let him finish it. Now, if Chauncey starts tapping his hat and he wants to come out, okay, I got you, buddy. I got you. But when you come in and you get your hat, I mean, you get your chance.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. If, when one of the offensive linemen is playing well, we don't pull them, do we?
No. Nope.
If you got an offensive lineman kicking everybody, did you pull Drew Bobo? Did you
Nope.
pull Freeling? Did you pull Micah Morris? Micah got hurt, but I mean, he went back out there.
Yep.
If he hadn't got hurt, you're going to leave him in there. Well, then leave in your quarterback. I mean, your running back.
Relieving your
Until he
running
says, hey, I need a breather, coach. So,
Yep. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier, Roddy, is I love Cash Jones, love him to death, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, Chauncey Bowens was tearing up the yard.
he had it last year,
He did.
He was on
Sure.
third down. The guy was money.
Sure. Absolutely. Sure.
He's great to catch the ball out of the
But when a
backfield.
guy
year
is carrying
later-
it the way Chauncey is, why not give Chauncey at least a chance? Why not give him the chance to do it? You know what I mean? You didn't even give the guy the chance. So I don't know. I don't know. It infuriates me because
Who's being the Bobo apologist? That I don't understand.
They're talking about me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Call me a Bobo
I
apologist.
thought you were saying nice things about Gunner. So
Yeah, I the opening drive, I defended Bobo on that. I don't care. You can call me whatever you want to. This ain't on Bobo.
at the end of the day, Bobo don't go out there and make the plays, right?
Yeah,
At the end
well,
of the
neither
day.
does Glenn Schumann, but they both got out coached tonight. So
They both got out coached. I mean, they both did get out coached, and I believe that full heartedly.
But at the same time, though, if one kid catches the pass that's thrown his way, Mike Bobo is a winner.
Is a winner. Yeah.
If your quarterback, I mean, running back doesn't cough the ball up with a very well placed hit, Nate Frazier to get back in the game, the helmet goes right to the ball, knocks it out. Again, they work on that. They line those guys up and try to knock the teetotal hell out of that ball with as much force as imaginable. Then you don't give them 3 points that they use. At least it's a tie game. You didn't give them an automatic 3 points. KJ Bolden catches the ball that hits him in the hands. All of a sudden, Glenn Schumann looks like a damn genius because the turnover battle's even, and Georgia gets the ball in the middle of the field. So
exactly.
Again, I will say that they were out coached, but at the same time, their charges did not perform. And David Ratho says, you got to develop the guys you have, and those guys have to go out and perform. Yeah, you do develop them, and they do make the players better. But the players still have to execute. It's not guaranteed. And Alabama guys did not execute. No one executes 100%. And their edges were terrible. Georgia gashed them in the middle, and Georgia could live on the edges against those guys.
Yeah.
And you made enough dumb plays that you couldn't finish the game. I still don't know what was going on with that second one to Cash Jones, where he just got absolutely lit up, and Georgia got called for. Well, here, perfect example. That might have been a good play, but you had two tight ends moving at the same time.
Yep.
Illegal shift. What the hell? Hey, Bo Hewley, don't hold. So, again, not defending the coaches. I'll be the first to say they got punked. They lost. But we can spread the blame around. All right, we got to bring on Alan here real quick. Alan's been waiting. All right, Alan, what you got for us? Oh, can't hear you, Alan. No, I tried. So, and JT says, "Look, doesn't the offensive coordinator choose the players? Absolutely, he does. To an extent, he also the wide receiver coach sends out the wide receivers that he wants. The running back coach sends out the running backs he wants. Unless you have a tagged play, which is what they did with Talon Taylor. That was sometimes you can have a play that comes in, you give the formation, you give the routes, And at the very end, you could put something on it like Brock. So, yeah, we got 4 different routes going out or 3 different routes going out. But the one I want you to throw, unless it's obviously going to blow up, is throw to Brock. So they'll put a tag on it, or they'll tag a certain route. And at that point, that is specifically on the offensive coordinator putting that player tag on there. But a lot of times it is the position coaches who determine who goes in. And that I've had going back to Tony Ball. Why are you putting that guy in, Tony Ball? So that's just mine. But it all eventually winds up on Mike Bobo's shoulders. So I'm with you there. But also, it's on Kirby Smart's shoulders. So
Exactly.
you can Glenn Schumann, we can rail at Chidera Uzo-Deribe for his edge guys getting hooked inside. We can rip them, the safeties. Travaris Robinson's got 1 safety, and his 1 good safety made a mistake today. You gave him 3 safeties out of the portal. Did any of those guys play tonight? Did you see Jaden Harris? Did you see Zion Branch? Did you see I forgot the other one from UAB? I forgot. Anyway, you see any of those guys?
You didn't see none of them.
And you're playing with guys who couldn't beat out a true freshman last year. So you're going to put in Kyron Jones. He had a couple good plays, but he also had some others. But he couldn't beat out KJ Bolden last year. KJ Bolden's a true freshman.
Yeah. And I guess that's my other question, Roddy, is, everybody can blame Bobo, but at the end of the day, doesn't Kirby have the overhead? Doesn't Kirby have isn't he the main guy?
If you tuned in to me last week, this was my issue. It's always, where do you want to point the blame? Because we can point to the position coach, or we can point to the coordinator, or we can point to the head coach, or we can go past him and point to the AD, or we can go up to the Board of Regents, however far you want to go. And so to me, it's always a sliding scale. And sometimes it's obvious. I mean, I can think of a certain tight ends coach who was at Georgia who never signed anybody, and his tight ends didn't do a whole lot. And I can point to go back and look at Georgia's offensive line recruiting under Matt and Luke.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Griffin Scruggs.
They took a whole year off under Matt Luke, recruiting linemen.
And I'm not here to defend Stacey Searles.
No.
He knows me. I know him. I'm not going to defend him. But I'm excited about Georgia's potential offensive linemen. You had 2 true freshmen playing on the offensive line, both from Langston. You had, and then at another point, you had 2 kids from Langston Hughes, and Bo Hewley and Dr. Glover. Then Bo got called for the holding. But at one point, you had Dontrell Glover and Juan Gaston. That's 2 true freshmen out there. Now, is that did you bust on the kids that you had prior to that? Maybe, but those kids are out there fighting their asses off. And but we could also say, hey, it's not Stacey Searles' fault. Mike Bobo's the offensive coordinator. It's his fault. Yeah. But then I guarantee you, none of those kids are here without Kirby Smart say so. He is the most involved head coach when it comes to recruiting that you'll ever find this side of Nick Saban. Yeah. So none of those kids are on the roster without Kirby Smart's absolute sign-off.
Yeah.
And they're not on the field without his sign-off. So I'm not trying to deflect blame from any coach. I'm just saying you can blame the position coach, the coordinator, and the head coach. It is, and when we talk to Kirby, what does he say? We met as a staff and developed this plan, this rotation, this whatever, this game plan.
Look, yeah. I love me some Kirby Smart. I always will.
Come on, KC.
But honestly, we lost the game because of Kirby. He's the one that made the call to go for it on 4th down. We all know that. Again, we're beating a dead horse over the head. Yeah. But you slow down right there. You're not pressed for time. You let them review the play. It may have been a 1st down to begin with if it gets reviewed.
Yeah.
If you come out of that and it wasn't a 1st down, then I think you should kick the field goal. I don't get paid millions to coach football, so I can't sit here and say that.
No,
But
Dogs on Top says, why didn't they look at Gunner's spot, but they looked at 3 other spot plays?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought the same thing.
they would have. They would have. They just went too quick because
Yeah.
the drive before that, they reviewed the play, and it would have been a touchdown as they blew it dead as they ran it into the end zone. So they wanted to go ahead and get a first down before they had to review it. Well, if they gave them time, let them review it, it could have been a first down anyways. They just decided to hurry up and try to get another play called and get it in there. It didn't work out.
Yep.
That's
I'm with
football.
you. Jonathan Magnus, you say get on the show. Look in the comment section at the very top, and it should show you the link. You can go ahead and click on that, and you can join the show. KC says, let's fire Kirby because he's trash. He's being sarcastic. But again, KC, I do appreciate all of the super chats. It's helped me with all the free packets that we've been sending out. We've sent a lot of those flight gift packs out there. So I appreciate that. Well, Jim K, here's an interesting thing. He says, if Nick Saban was coaching our team tonight, we'd have won.
It's a good take. It's a good take.
Maybe. Hugh Jerickson says Kirby got outcoached by DeBoer of all people. It's past time for him to go. He's past it. It's time for him to go. That I will have to disagree with. And I know KC was joking. I don't. Kirby's going to win you another title. He's going to win you another couple titles. But it's just a. There's one team he can't get past. And again, well, I asked this on Twitter. I'll ask you guys. When did think back to Kirby Smart? When rushed. I don't say when rushed, but it just seems like whenever, and maybe it's amplified because it's Alabama. But I thought back to that Justin Fields fake punt. And I'm like, God, that was a bad call.
Mm-hmm.
And then going forward on 4th and 1 instead of kicking the field goal, I'm like, that was a bad call. But again, it should have worked.
Think about the timeout in the Ohio State game.
That was brilliant. Saved the game.
And if you get that yard or you score on a touchdown on that play, he's a genius. He is. But it didn't happen. Again, that's football. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
The ball didn't bounce our way tonight.
It didn't, and I guess that's what you got to look at. I mean, you can say Kirby's a genius for calling that timeout. We all believe that. Yeah. Or we can say Kirby was an idiot for not going for the field goal.
It's football.
It's football.
I don't want to use that as a cop-out,
But if he gets that first down, Roddy, how many people say, "Oh my God, he's a genius"?
Yeah.
Or how many people? If it does work out and we get a touchdown, and we win by 4, we think, "Oh my God, if we wouldn't have got that, I don't know. It's a bunch of what ifs,
I would like to, and we spent many years under Rick saying, I wish he was more aggressive. We spent plenty of time under Kirby wishing he was more aggressive. But at that moment in time, I'd like to just pump the brakes a little bit and just hold off there for a second. And, it's easy. Again, it's easy for me to say that. I don't get paid millions of dollars.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, guys. Heath and let's see. Hey, Alan, are you ready to come on?
Yeah, you guys should be able to hear me now.
Yeah, we got you there. Alan, I will get your take in 1 second, but I'll open this up to the group real fast. If the exact same thing had happened and the jerseys on the other team were blue, like Kentucky's will be next week, well, they'll be white. They'll be home, but let's say white and blue instead of crimson. The exact same game. If it had been in Kentucky, would you feel different?
Mm-hmm.
How much of this frustration? You lost by 3 at home. You lose your 33-game win streak. You did stuff where you could have won. It's not like you got your butts kicked like you did against the Ole Miss game last year. You weren't in it.
You weren't in it at all.
You were down 30-7 last year at Alabama. You're down by 23 at the first half. You came back, took the lead, still lost to them. Just saying, if this was anybody but Alabama, would you feel differently? Be like, damn it, this one just got away from us. That's football. But the fact that this is Alabama makes it 10,000 times worse.
Let me answer this. If it was Kentucky and the same thing happened, I'd be even more pissed. Because
Okay,
Kentucky's not in
Fair.
Alabama.
fair.
Now you give me Texas in the same position, I'd probably say it's just football.
Okay.
But I'm saying it's just football with it being Alabama though. You know.
Nah, and you're being called an apologist for it. So, all right.
That's exactly what I think as well. If we, same game versus Kentucky, I'm pissed off. Holy cow, I am pissed. If it's Vandy, I am pissed off. But it's Alabama. Me personally, I kind of expected to lose this game tonight, and yeah, unfortunately. And the reason is, I just feel like I don't feel like it's a Georgia problem versus Alabama. I feel like it's a Kirby problem. I just feel like the way he must, and I'm not there, obviously. That goes without saying. But I feel like the way he must handle things, handle his business, handle practice, etc. I just feel like he puts Alabama on this pedestal up here, and he just gets the whole team, the coaching staff, the team, everybody psyched out, and just ends up making bad decisions. We play worse than we would play otherwise versus another team. Why? Because it's just big, bad Alabama for no reason. I really believe it's just a Kirby thing.
We
It
haven't
could be.
played. We
It could
haven't
be.
played Alabama where we were the underdog since the national championship game. We haven't played Alabama in a game where we had nothing to lose since the national championship game, and that's the difference right there.
Well, I mean,
I feel like
Yeah.
he has too much respect for them. Too much. Like, and I get the respect because he coached there. He knows they have great talent. But at the end of the day, like, it's still just a football game. You got to go play it. Don't give them so much respect and kick the damn field goal.
Yeah, hey, fair. I like Stick D says the police said it best. I can't stand losing. I'm with you. That's a frustration. It's been rare under Kirby Smart, but it is here. And I will say this because I've asked about this. That's kind of why I asked earlier about the fake punt. Does Kirby and Georgia tends to do things differently when they play Alabama? I'm with you, Alan. It's like
It's a mental thing with Kirby.
it's a mental thing, but like what was dumber not going for it? In any other game, does Kirby go for that or does he kick the field goal?
See, I think in another game, I think he's thinking correctly, and just kicks the field goal and ties the football game up, going in,
But that's kind of why I was saying, what if this was Kentucky and he had that Swiss cheese defense that we've seen? He's like, I don't know that I'm going to be able to stop them if they get the ball. So,
yeah.
But
They hadn't scored anything the entire second half. I think if anything, he put faith in his defense by going for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, very well could be.
I think he definitely.
I did ask Alan.
And you know what? They got to stop. They got to stop after that. Now they drove the length of the field and punted it, but they got to stop.
Yeah, then Georgia started from their 5-yard line at that point. So
Yeah, and I think part of his decision-making process there, or his thought process, probably was, well, if we don't get it, at least we're winning on the field position here. And he probably did think that his defense was good enough, playing well enough at that point to get a stop. But that to me doesn't, like, you're overthinking that. I think if he is thinking that, I think you've just got to tie the football game up. When I'm watching the game, I'm like, what are we doing? Just kick the field goal and let's get this game tied.
Yeah. And I'll play a little bit of devil's advocate here. I went into this game thinking we were going to win it, especially after watching FSU lose to Virginia last night. And with FSU's home field advantage, I thought there's going to be a lot of dog fans there. There's going to be 93,000 people there, absolutely tearing it into Alabama. And when that first drive, when we had 3 and out, first drive, I thought, this is not good. This is going to be a shootout, right? But I don't know. You always have this. It's like Kirby has this chip on his shoulder with Alabama, like you were saying, Alan. I mean, I agree with you. I think it's a psych thing. I think it's like if we are playing Auburn, if we are playing Ole Miss, if we are playing Texas, we kick the field goal. Not 9 times out of 10, we kick the field goal. That one time is against Alabama. So
Yeah, I'm with you there. I go back to Coach Donnan had a fluke series that he lost 3 in a row to Georgia Tech. Cost him his job. I mean, and the refs that screwed him over came to him later and said, yeah, we missed it. Our bad. Doesn't get him his job back, does it? Mark Richt wins Georgia SEC titles. Florida just had his number. Certain teams seem to. The fact that Ryan Day loses to Michigan, do you remember last year? People wanted his head on a platter. Winning the national title saved his job.
Yep,
But
absolutely.
after that Michigan game, after losing again, hey, your nemesis is gone and you still can't beat him. Sometimes these streaks happen, and Hugh Jerrickson says, look, I think if Kirby kicks a field goal, it's absolutely to blame. Reminds me of the fake punt. Don't know why he goes crazy when he plays, but other people in comments said, look, Andrew says Kirby versus Alabama will forever be a crazy anomaly in an otherwise exceptional career. No way to explain it when we're often equal talent-wise. Just like TJ said, Georgia was favored tonight. Georgia's been favored the last 3 times they've met.
Yeah.
They ain't won them. But I will say, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
To Alan's point, does Kirby give them too much credit? Does he try too hard? Does he press? And he did say that in the second half, that when the offense kind of bogged down, they felt like they had to get back. Maybe they're pressing a little bit. Does Kirby press? Does he go for it on 4th and 1 when he normally wouldn't? I specifically asked my best sources inside the program this past week. I said, so what's practice like? What's going on in there? Is it super tense? Is it super weird? Is he freaking out? Is he yelling more than normal? And I was told, dude, this year they're treating Alabama just like they do any other team. Just like they do any other team. No difference. You couldn't tell that we weren't getting ready for Arkansas, Auburn, Austin P. There's no weirdness. We're not relaxed because that doesn't really enter into it, but it's like there's no added tension. So I think they went into this game expecting to win. Now, Kirby was worried about his secondary. They were exposed at Tennessee.
It's been all
They're going to play 3 other quarterbacks who are just as good or better than Ty Simpson.
It's been all doom and gloom, and rightfully so. But I do want to bring some light. If there's one thing that I can say that's great about this team is how gritty they are.
Yeah.
I mean, they never give up. They never stop. They fight to the last blow of the whistle. And if that's one thing I can count on, and that goes a long way, is that team is going to fight until there's no fight left to have. So
I agree 100%. And it goes back to what David Rathel was saying. It's like with the players that you have to develop them. That fight in an NIL era, in an easy transfer era, getting guys who want to play like Colby Young does, getting guys who want to play like Justin Williams, getting guys who want to play like Chris Cole, Christian Miller, getting guys motivated like that, it's a lot harder than it used to be. And I think that across college football, we may see coaches spending more time getting guys to buy in than maybe developing them through fundamentals just to get them. You got to get their heads right.
Yep.
They're not hungry like they used to be.
No.
They're not ready. They're not trying to kill you to get to the NFL because they're making $250,000.
Yeah, and I've said that since the beginning of all this NIL stuff. The lack of intensity, you're going to see work ethic go down because they're already making whatever. And I'll end on this, Roddy, and I'll let you bring somebody else on here. Looking forward, and I always end on this. Looking forward, when you got Ole Miss on the schedule, you've got Florida. You can kind of look at them as a hit or miss. It's always a tough game with Florida. I don't know why. But you got Ole Miss, Florida, Auburn, at Auburn. You got Texas on the schedule, and even really Georgia Tech because we went into 8 overtimes last year with them. What do you see? I mean, Ole Miss put how much on LSU defense today? And I don't even know what LSU's defense is ranked in the country right
24.
now. But they don't give up a lot, and they have a lot of they have a lot of interceptions, and they have a lot of forced fumbles. With our defense going into Ole Miss, because I think that's who we play first. I think it's the next ranked game that we play. What do you look for? I mean, what do you work on? What are you going into the week that we play Ole Miss or Kentucky? Even, I mean, you could say Kentucky, but going forward, what do you work on the most? I mean, because it's simple turnovers, it's simple mistakes. Like I've said the whole time, how do you go into practice and fix all this?
The dude, and I will come across sounding like a coach here when they say, we ask Kirby, what are you guys working on? We're working on everything.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't want to give any specifics. He
Correct.
doesn't be held anything. It drives me psycho. And then they come to find out, well, this week they were working on cover 2. You know, they were working on rotating safeties. They were working on schematic things. They worked on tackling. And they spent extra time on that. We'll find out afterwards, but Kirby never brings it up. And usually he's often very frank. I mean, Alan, TJ, you guys have been watching the Kirby Smart press conferences. Sometimes he comes out and says exactly what they're working on. We got to get better at X, Y, and Z. He's going to say, hey, we got to get better at everything. But I think what you got to figure out is you don't have a safety. Well, you have one safety. You don't have a second safety. You have one good cornerback, and you have a dearth on the other side. I mean, I made a joke in my 3-2-1 column about, Ellis Robinson getting called for a personal foul.
Yeah.
And I tend to not throw players under the bus or tease them like that. And I said, yes, it'll happen. And, it wasn't a personal pass interference. It wasn't a pass interference. It's something else. But again, you can almost count on him to get 15 yards. So going back to people saying, well, it's Glenn Schumann. Well, hey, Glenn, you guys are getting better each week a little bit, but so are the other teams. You have to get better faster than they do, and you're going to have to come up with something. When you see that Ole Miss quarterback run, that guy is tough to bring down.
Absolutely.
He can throw, and he just runs behind somebody. It's a great offense they have. So you better be preparing because you haven't really faced that yet. Great running quarterback, and he's going to gash you. And maybe, hey, Ellis, if you can't get it done, we need to go DeMello Jones.
Yeah.
Hey, Jaden Harris, we brought you in. You transferred away. You need to be out there doing something, son. You got Zion Branch. We saw you earlier.
That's what I'm saying. Do you bring in these transfers that you brought in? Do you try them out?
You've already done that. You've tried them out. You're playing the guys who are showing you the best in practice.
Yeah.
That's why you can come in as a freshman and start because you've had a better reps all week than anybody else in your position group.
Yeah.
So do you go to the second best guy, third best guy when you evaluate every snap of every practice and you grade that? Do you go to the guy second on the depth chart and say, yeah, we're going to give you a shot?
Yeah.
They do with the wide receivers.
They rotate.
And they did with Cash Jones. I mean, at the end of the day.
But in practice, Cash is phenomenal. Last year, he was phenomenal.
Right.
Wide receivers, you rotate those guys, but who are in practice? Who do we hear about the most? Colby Young, Dylan Bell, Zach Branch, Zachariah.
Here's what I'm wondering.
Start those guys.
Here's what I'm wondering, Roddy. You just said we don't have another safety. I'm not that worried about that. What I'm worried about is, do we have any tight ends? Has anybody seen it? Do we have a tight end on our team?
You have a bunch of average tight ends.
No, I don't believe that.
But
I'm being a smart ass, obviously, too. You can't tell me Lawson Lucky and Oscar Delp are
average.
I don't believe they're average. I don't think they're great. They're not, they're not great, but they're above average.
That would be average, Alan.
But okay, let's say they're below average.
Average for SEC. Let's
well, let's say they're below average.
Okay.
We throw them a ball.
That
I'm
is a
just
question
asking
that
the question.
I had the
Can we
same
throw
question.
a tight end a ball?
There's no one who likes throwing to the tight ends more than myself.
Like where has that been? Where are our crossing routes? We constantly see guys running just wide open across the middle of our defense. Why can't we get some receiver running, wide open across the middle of somebody else's defense? Seems like every time we catch a ball, I heard, I can't remember if it was Heath or TJ or the guy before, but he said, when Branch made that catch tonight, which was a great catch, by the way, his comment was he got pinballed. And I completely agree with the guy.
He did.
He got drilled, right?
Yeah, it was
So
beautiful.
where are and you can't tell me these guys, we have subpar receivers. We do not. We've got good receivers. So why can't we get these receivers open?
Well,
What are we
your
doing
receivers
wrong
have been
that
open.
other teams are doing right?
Your receivers. But to go to the tight ends, they run a lot of 12 personnel.
Right, they're on the field all the
two
time.
tight ends on the field. What are they doing?
Where are they?
Blocking.
Yeah. Can we not fake a block and run a route? Sometimes
you can chip and go out, and they do that. There was a play earlier. I saw 7 take off, and they threw it to Colby Young on the sideline, and I think he got 2 yards. But I thought that I could have sworn. I'm like, okay, there's the route. They've got a linebacker in coverage on Lawson Lucky. This is his. Now maybe they should have thrown that one. They were going right to left. I'm like, there it is, and it's a different play altogether. My point is, when your offensive line has struggled, what they bring those guys in, and those guys are usually there to block. And even there was one play where I was watching when Georgia, I think it was when they got down to the 5-yard line after, and they had to punch it out of there. They gave it to Zach Branch on a handoff, and he picked up 9 yards around the going around the left side. Go back and watch Oscar Delp. He blocks, and I gave him credit for making that block.
Yeah.
But his ass is being driven backwards like a blocking sled. That guy is just – he's got his feet locked in, and he's just – the guy's hitting him and just zooming him back. But he makes the block. Great job. Hell, it could have been a defensive tackle that, and he's having to block him. But they're not – they're serviceable. They get the job done. They also miss a lot of blocks. Go back to those first 2 games.
Yep.
They've had drops. Both of them.
If they can't block, then let's get them in. Let's get them running routes, catching balls. Why are we asking them to do something that they cannot do?
Because you'll never get a chance to throw them the ball because they have to block to help out your O-line.
Exactly, and that's what I was about to say. Is like
their
O-line needs help. The O-line needs help, and I think Oscar Delp does a good job with that. But I mean, Brock Bowers. Obviously, we can all say that we miss Brock Bowers because he was different. Brock Bowers was a different tight end.
So was Darnell Washington.
And so was Darnell Washington.
Greatest blocking tight end I've seen.
Absolutely, 110%. And when you don't have that anymore, it's like, well, why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we doing that? And I'm not trying to bash you. I'm just trying to say what I'm trying to say is they're just not Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers was elite, and Darnell Washington was elite. These Oscar Delp and Lawson Lucky, they are just kind of, if they're above average, they're just by hair. I mean, they're not great.
Kind of taking your thought there, and real quick, let me talk about David Ritho here. He says, Radi, our past coaches have had that fire, passion, energy too, and when your coach has it, it spreads to the players. Yeah, I think the players have that fire, passion, energy, but it doesn't mean hell. If you put me on the field, I would go out there like my hair's on fire, and the first guy I tried to block would kick my face in, but I would do it with passion, energy. Fire, passion, energy doesn't mean competence. It just means you're in the right mental space. But if you can't get it done, you can't get it done. I'll never run a 4.5 40, but with the Brock Bowers and guys like that, I'll ask you this: you guys know what a kind of offensive-minded guy Lane Kiffin is. if Oscar Delp, Lawson Lucky, Colton Heinrich, Jaden Riddell were on the on LSU Ole Miss's squad, would they lead that team in receptions?
They would have done something by now. And I'm not expecting our tight ends to like put up these big numbers or anything. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, can they catch 2 passes a game?
Yes.
Dude, I'm with you. There's
Yes.
what I'll do a thing called the weekly tweet. I'll do a weekly tweet about turnovers, weekly tweet about penalties, weekly tweet about Nate Frazier fumbling the ball. The whole weekly tweet thing originated from the lack of use of tight ends going back to Aaron White. Back when you had guys I knew could catch the ball and they would keep them in to block, and it drove me crazy. I'm like, hey, where's somebody want to throw it to Arthur Lynch, and then they'd play Florida, and they'd be running their 3 or 2 minute offense, and they throw to a tight end like 4 times in a row, like Isaac Nauta. Bam, 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 bam. They move down the field. I'm like, why can't we do this on 1st and 10 on the 25? So I'm with you 100%, Alan. I'm just saying that Georgia has issues. They need blocking. They usually motion those guys into a wedge formation or a bunch formation. They go out for passes. I'm not going to begrudge any pass not going to them that goes to Zachariah Branch or Colby Young, but 1 or 2 a game.
Yeah.
1
or 2, like just
I'm with you 100%. It drives me bad.
I'll say this too about that. I don't know why you just made me think that, but back to where Kirby should have kicked the field goal, in my opinion. But, we chose to go for it on 4th down and we hand it to Cash and, he doesn't get it. But I don't remember who the right tackle was. And I was watching the game. Let me preface this by saying I was watching the game in a bar, so I could not hear the audio. And I kind of saw the replay, but it looked like that right tackle literally just kind of went like this instead of actually trying to engage the guy and actually trying to block him. So it looked like whoever that right tackle was, if he would have just given a half-ass effort, that play might have gone for a touchdown.
Alan, we've been talking about that. So everybody wants to rip on Kirby for not kicking it, but I'm like, there was nobody on the right side. You had one on. He actually lined up on the inside hip, if I recall correctly. It looked like he lined up, or he might have been head on, or an inside shade, and he went inside. All Juan Gaston has to do is down block.
It was Gaston. Okay.
Juan Gaston, and again, he's a true freshman. He might be your best offensive lineman, and he let the guy barrel through there, get one hand on Cash Jones, and that's the ball game.
Back to Heath's question from earlier, what do you work on this week? I would like to see him work on the little things. Pay attention to detail. Not having the false starts, not having the missed tackles, those things. 7 P's: prior proper planning prevents piss poor performance.
Yeah, so, I'm with you, but they work on it all year, and you have to keep working on it all year because, again, 1 or 2 plays here or there, that does it. I did want to mention, I saw in the comment section here, I started to say this about the tight ends. Think about this. Ethan Barbour came in.
Yeah.
True freshman. He gets hurt. But remember, Ethan started.
Yep.
You have 3 sets of tight ends. Okay. At the University of Georgia. So you got 6 tight ends. They came in pairs. I take that back. Oscar Delp came in before Lawson Lucky, but those kind of go all the time. You got Heinrich and Jaden Riddell. And then you brought in Elias Williams and Ethan Barbour, and Barbour was able to start.
Yeah.
As a true freshman.
Broke his ankle against Austin Peay.
Now, is he super elite, or are the guys above him? And again, it's not like he's played every snap, but I'm just saying that's the good news when you have a freshman playing, you recruited really well.
You recruited well. Yep.
The guys he's playing over, you recruited over them because you didn't recruit them as well. So,
yep.
And I thought Riddell and Heinrich would be absolute monsters.
Yeah.
And they do bring in Riddell in certain packages because he's strong as an ox and he can block. But I thought Lawson Lucky was going to be huge. It's just not happening.
Here's
And I
something
thought Nate Frazier was going to be huge. But
Dude,
look at
I was talking
Chauncey
about a kid winning
Billups.
the Heisman. Come on.
Yeah.
And I know
And I
running
get
backs don't win it, but I thought he was going to have a breakout year.
Well, that's me too, and I like I said, I'll get off here. I promise this is the last thing I'll say, and I'll have to get off here because I need to go to bed and sleep on this. But my overreaction is Chauncey the new starting running back for sure from now on because of the fumbles, because of the turnovers. I mean, you look at Nate Frazier, how many has he given up, and a couple in some big spots. Does Chauncey come in and take over RB1?
probably should.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I'd play him.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
And I
But
think if Nate Frazier doesn't fumble, then maybe he's the guy. But I mean, what Chauncey did against your nemesis, you know,
yes,
he came in
yes,
and he puts up 100+ yards, like 119. I'm like,
yes,
okay, you earned it. We'll give you number 1 reps, and hey, in other words, we'll flip him. He was number
Yeah.
2. Nate was number 1. Nate, if you come in against Kentucky and you tear off some big runs, well,
you
then
might
you
come
can go
back.
back to being the guy. But
Yeah.
we're not going to give you the benefit of the doubt as a number 1 guy. So
Absolutely not. Especially with the turn. I mean, especially with fumbles. I mean,
yeah.
I thought, like you said, I thought Nate was going to come in and have a monster year, especially after starting at Clemson the way he did last year. I thought this guy is going to be tough.
Yeah.
This guy might be better than James Cook, maybe, but he hasn't shown me that this year.
He has
Not
not.
at all. Not at
All
all.
right. All right, we'll see you, Heath.
All right, see y'all. Thank y'all again. Go Dogs.
See,
I'm going to get off of here too.
See you,
Thank
TJ.
you, Roddy, for letting me come on here and say my piece. Y'all have a good night. Go Dogs.
All right, see you, my man.
I think Chauncey probably should be the number 1 back. I don't see, to me, he's earned it. And Frazier honestly has been kind of a disappointment. Nate Frazier could be the number 1 back, but you can't be the back if you cannot hold on to the football.
Well, hey, Alan, this kind of goes with what you said earlier. This is from our man KC with another super chat. Again, very much appreciate those. Says there ain't no RB1 or wide receiver 1. It's a committee at Georgia.
That's very true. And that's what, I've been waiting to tell you, since I got on. I heard your comments before I got on talking about how we just cycle, receiver after receiver after receiver in there, and Talon Taylor with the big drop. But I'm with you. I do not understand why we don't just run with our big dogs.
Yeah,
And especially in big games. Like, all right, if we're playing Vanderbilt, of course, I guess Vanderbilt's decent now, but whatever. You guys get my point. We're playing Vandy, Kentucky.
Charlotte.
All right, fine. Rotate, every receiver we've got. No problem, right?
And they
Okay,
did against Austin P and Marshall.
Yeah.
They let everybody get a shot.
Yeah, play everybody. Great. I'm all for that. But when you're playing Alabama or somebody in the top 10, can we not just play our best players?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm with you. Cormier says Talon Taylor was wearing number 11, gave me flashbacks. Yeah, I said to burn that jersey. That jersey is cursed.
That's it. That was the first thing I thought of was Arian Smith when I saw the jersey number. Maybe that just jinxed him.
Yeah. So can we ban number 11?
Yeah, we may have to actually, Cormies. Here's one thing though, Roddy, that I don't know if you guys because I haven't caught the whole show. I basically just started paying attention when I got on. But one thing I haven't heard anybody mention is once again our slow starts to football games. We're down. It's like what were we down? 14-0 or whatever it was before we even seemingly started playing the game.
Well,
how many times?
I'm with you. You went. To me, it is, and I see. Oh, we had Mr. Mangus on. He jumped off. Damn it! All right. Oh wait, no, Jonathan's coming back. We'll get him on in just a second. Don't go anywhere, Jonathan. when Georgia has those slow starts, like they did against Alabama last year, I mean, it was 30-7. They could do no wrong. It's a combination. Georgia going 3 and out. Georgia gets kickoff, 3 and out. And again, they want to establish your run. Alabama knew it was coming. Drop pass. There we are. You have to punt it away. They go on a 14-play drive against your defense, touchdown. So your offense does shit, 3 and out. Your defense gives up a 14-play drive. Boom. Next drive, not much better. Defense gives up a 14-yard drive, 14-0. It's not just the offense. It's not just the defense. They can have a complimentary win like they did against Texas. Both sides working. Georgia the defense turns the ball over short yardage. The offense punches it in. You're kicking Texas's butt up and down the field on the road. It's a beautiful complimentary game. You can have just as bad a complimentary downward spiral. Whereas if the offense doesn't give the defense time to recalculate after that 14-play drive, the defense needs to go over there, sit down, and go, all right, we're playing man. This isn't working. Let's go to zone. Then they come out and it's a 14-play drive against zone. Like, well, hell, that didn't work. Now what are we going to do? And if your offense is getting blown off the field in 3 downs, you don't have time to adjust, and vice versa. Your offense isn't out there. They're like, okay, we went 3 and out. We're going to punt it. They're going to get 5 downs. They're going to punt it back to us. And you leave the first half only having 24 plays. The offense hasn't had a chance to do anything. They haven't really had a chance to get into a rhythm. So I'm with you. We didn't have a slow start so much against Tennessee, but
we kind of did. We were down 21-7.
I'm just saying I'm sorry, against Austin P.
Oh, that was Austin P. Nobody cares.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying it's like when you can just kick their ass, you got it. But the way Tennessee came out and just drove down the field on your defense on the first series, like, come on, man.
Yeah.
You're killing me. And I think then didn't Georgia go back and score right after that?
Yeah, it was 7-7. Yeah, we went right back.
So
then they got 2 more touchdowns right after.
Yeah, it's like, and then again, your defense gives up 2 touchdowns and your offense doesn't score again. It's like, come on, man, you're killing me here. So it's a frustrating thing. But against even last year, Georgia came back from that 30-7 deficit, took the lead. Today, they should have taken the lead after a slow start. They should have taken the lead. They won against Tennessee, but it took them forever. It's just, I just think that's who they are. It's just they're complimentary in a bad way, and when they're playing good, they're complimentary in a good way. All right, let's bring on Jonathan Magnus. Is it Magnus?
Yeah, you got me good there, Roddy.
All right, come on, man.
Me and my dad have been listening to every. Is my mic probably jacked up? I'm on my iPhone.
It's okay.
So, man, it's 18 years since we beat these rascals in the regular season. I mean,
wow.
The first iPhone had only been out for 3 months. Mikey Henderson is now in prison 8 years after committing a heinous crime in Gwinnett County schools. And Matthew Stafford's been in the NFL since 2008. So, like, what's going on? Is Alabama just our arch nemesis that we can't beat? Are they our kryptonite or something? Or is it just, I mean, Kirby making some of those decisions he made, that 4th down, like, come on, man, take the damn points. You got one of the best kickers in the world.
Yeah. I agree with you. I mean, it is a nemesis, but that streak didn't start under just Kirby.
Oh, no.
And there ain't a lot of coaches and people that want to say it's Glenn Schumann, it's Mike Bobo. I think Kirby's lost to them with 4 different offensive coordinators.
Yep.
Lost against them with Chaney. Lost against them with
I think it's a Kirby problem mostly.
Coley. Lost against them with he had Munkin. Munkin lost to him. Now he's lost to him twice with Bobo.
Does he just lose his mind when it comes to Alabama week?
I think I literally think he gives them too much respect because he coached there and, he knows they've got top talent. I just think he respects them too much.
Yeah. Hey, Jonathan, try putting yourself on speaker
Hold on. Let me work this.
because I got people in the comment section saying they're having a hard time hearing you, and I don't want them to miss out on you. Some people can hear you, some can't. So let's see if we can get you a little bit
Okay.
louder.
I got it busted up all the way. Can y'all hear me a little bit better now?
A little bit. Oh, here, let me try this. Give me 1 second to go.
Yes, you can turn his.
Talk to me now.
There we go. You got
There,
me
I
good?
got you. Steve.
Hot
Adjust
dog,
the
we
mic
live.
settings.
But
But talk
you know,
loud. It won't hurt.
and I mean, I don't want to ever hear anybody talk about the Russian attack tonight. Like, I don't know what reporter that was that, asked Kirby that question right there out the gate in his press conference. Like, honey, did you not see the same football game I saw? We got 200 yards toting the rock tonight. I mean, that's something to be proud of, especially with young offensive linemen.
So Georgia ran the ball 33 times for 227 yards. That is 6.9 yards a carry.
That's big.
Which I'm no genius, but if you give me 7 yards a carry, I'm expected to win the game. And you held Bama to 3.1 yards a carry.
I mean, Jeff Dantzler used to always say, if Georgia has a running back that runs for 100 yards in a game, and we win the turnover margin, the statistical likelihood of us winning that ball game is like 98%.
And he's right. And so what happened tonight?
We lost the turnover margin, and I love Nate Frazier to death, but buddy, we back the Pop Warner ball. My coach always taught me, tuck the thing against your chest and run with it. Don't leave in your open shoulder. But I mean, I see so many backs doing that now across the board, whether it not be in high school, college, and is that something we don't teach anymore? I mean,
I've been there and seen them teach it. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. Here's the thing: you actually watch them do it. I watched Dell McGee for years. He's like 3 points of contact, and they work on the eagle claw on the end. They work on all the different things, and you'll see those guys run through the drills with that ball pushed so hard into their chest, it's like it won't come out. I've seen I go back to the Sony Michel and Nick Chubb, the way they held the damn thing. We had what's his name on earlier with the new baby. I mean, it was held. There's a better chance of them dropping that, the better chance of the baby being dropped than Nick Chubb or Sony Michel dropping that football. But this one, he gets out there and he starts swinging it, and Coach was trying to understand it. Look, Coach Donnan thought it looked like he was almost switching arms. It's like he gets it, and he's going to the left, so he needs to put it on the outside arm. And I'm like, look, I think he started out with it out there, and it looked odd. So you're right. And Georgia has a guy rush for 119 yards. You've won that. And
I mean, and honestly, that
and the turnover battle, you lost it. You lost by 3. By a field goal that you gave them on a turnover.
Yep. And I mean, I looked at that play 3 and 4 times over where Nate dropped the ball. Because I mean, I love Nate. Nate's a great back. I mean, Nate's shifty. He's quick. He's fast on his toes, and he can shift from A, B to C gap on a dime. But I was looking at that. It looked like he was thinking A, and then bounced back out to B and was trying to recut and go back the other way, and just lost it in transition is what it looked like. But either way it goes, I mean, third down efficiency on Alabama's part. I mean, honestly, I felt like I was watching somebody play, the EA Sports game with how well they were doing on third down. I mean, that's just.
They had 3rd and 1 every single time, just about, it seemed like.
Yeah. And, I mean, pass rush, we were just that far away. I mean, when they were in the shadow of their own goalposts, I mean, we could have got 3 safeties right there. I mean, we were just half a step away each time on that pass rush. And to me, that's just like, when was the last time we actually made a clutch special teams play or a clutch type play where it changes the dynamic of a game? I mean, the last time I remember was honestly in Indianapolis a few years back with good old Ringo jumping up and catching that pick 6 and sending us to, everybody remembers that night. I mean, I'll remember that night just as much as I remember giving birth to my kids. But that's just like, I wish Boss Bailey still had another year of eligibility and was in his prime, because, man, we needed something like that tonight. We just couldn't get it. Special
Dude,
teams.
I'll take a Darian Kendrick. I'll take a Kamari Lassiter. You know, and there's
It's-
That,
an Eric
that's
Stokes.
great. That's a great comment you got on the screen right now, Roddy.
Yeah,
That's another one of my questions. Where was Leonard Stockton?
So there are 4 or 5 people all in the comment section. Andrew Wagner, I think a couple other people have said that, pointing out as well. Yeah, where was the QB run? I don't think there was a design run until the second half.
There wasn't. There
Yeah.
wasn't. We didn't run the option at all. We didn't run read at all.
And I don't remember seeing a whole lot of spy-in. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention like I should. But their defensive coordinator said, with what we know, the way Gunnar Stockton can move, he's going to be a problem on third down. Going to be a problem in the red zone, and on design runs. Georgia had one design run. He picked up, 17, 18 yards, something like that. I mean,
I think it was.
there were a couple times I'm like, if you just kept it, you'd still be going. And I don't.
Yeah, and he wasn't a problem at all.
Just run a little QB power. I'll take it.
You know,
That's my biggest problem with Bobo is his lack of creativity. He seems to just get stuck on like one thing, and we just whatever that one or two things is, like we do that all game long. And we can't, and it's like we can't adjust. Just like my thing with the tight ends, like where have our tight ends gone? You know, why do we throw the ball sideways so many times when we should be throwing it vertically at least a little bit more often?
There were a couple times when you
routes or guys running across the middle. Like where are these things? I see all these things in every other offense across the country, but I just I don't see them happening in ours enough. It's just we're too predictable.
See, I will always disagree on the predictability part, because that if you could predict what's happening, then he'd be fired in 15 seconds. Because you can always tell me, okay, well, we're going to throw it here. If you can tell me where you're going to throw it or what where it's going, that's completely different. Or we're going to run it here. Okay. Is it going to be a counter? Is it going to be power? Is it going to be inside zone, outside zone, stretch play? What are you doing? So unless you can tell me exactly what the run's going to be, that to me is not predictable. Going 50, and I'm not picking on you, Alan. I'm just saying when people say it's predictable, I'm like, 3rd and 8, predicting that they're going to throw the ball. Well, yeah. First down, you're going to run it. Everybody does. I get that. What kills me is when Kirby comes out before the game and says, we're going to take what the defense gives us. And when the 3 times that they were sitting on the midfield, and they got, I say 3 times, at least twice, where they got almost no yardage. It's like sideways pass. And I get it. The sideways pass is great when they're playing 8-9 yards off the ball. Worst case scenario, you're going to throw it out there to a Colby Young, or throw it to a Zachariah Branch. And
they're going to pick up 5. But we throw it versus press coverage.
2nd and 5. I'm like, okay. Now, when you're throwing against press coverage, I have an absolute issue, But if you're going to get somebody to come up and block, you're sending over London Humphreys or Dylan Bell to block that guy. Okay, I'm with you there. But if you do it other times, it's like, okay, it's wide open. Take it. And they did take some shots down the field, but damn, you dropped it. Now, I think that little pinballing catch to Branch, I'm like, that was a hell of a throw and catch. I'm with you. I know you can take what they give you, and I don't want to be overly aggressive. And all it takes is one incompletion, and you're behind the sticks badly. But I'm like, Kirby, stop being stem because they're opening up.
Yeah, we're too conservative.
I know Mike Bobo is, remember when it came to the origination of run the damn ball, Bobo? Why? Because he threw it every damn play. He's a quarterback. He wants to throw it all over the place. We're like, Mike, you got this stable of backs. You got Thomas Brown. You got Todd Gurley. Run the damn ball, Mike Bobo. And so I know he'd love to throw it all over the place, but I think just Kirby is hey, take what they give you. I mean, you nailed your game plan to start.
But that's another perfect example of what I just talked about. Bobo just if you just look at the like high level trendy stuff of what he does in his play calling, he gets stuck on like one thing, and you just listed a perfect example of that. He couldn't run the ball. Even we got a bunch of stud backs. It doesn't matter. He just gets stuck passing the ball. Right now, we're stuck throwing the ball sideways way too, and if we do it 1 or 2, 3 times a game, I got no problem with that. I wouldn't even comment about it. Good job, whatever. But we're running this like at least 5 or 6 times a game, and let's take 3 of those plays that we would throw sideways, and let's go vertical with it. Let's try to hit a tight end. Do something different.
If you've got the time, I'm with it. I don't know that he's had the time to do it. And to me, those passes to the flat, those are runs. Those sideways passes, that to them, just like today, what did Alabama do? They handed it off to Jeremy Bernard 15, 16 different ways. They put him in motion. They gave it to him out of the backfield. I'm like, let's do that with number 1. Let's do that with Zach Branch.
I completely agree with that. The more times we can get the ball to Branch, the
so
better.
Anyway, and Kirby will say that those passes, the horizontal passes, he calls those runs. He's like, that's just how we're running the ball. We're throwing it to him that way, and that way it's 1-on-1, or you've got a blocker coming to help him out, and it's effective. So now you're looking at 2nd and 5. You've moved the ball. If one of them's incomplete, God bless. Now you're 2nd and 10. 3rd and 5.
With Dylan Bell. That was
nice. Yeah. That was beautiful.
Like,
the Talon Taylor call was beautiful. The play to like you said, that Dylan Bell around the end. Good Lord. That
was beautiful, man. And we've seen that for years. And I mean, like, I know a lot of us are kind of burned out on Mike Bobo's tendencies. But honestly, his tendencies are what make us a competitive offense. I'm not going to say our offense has ever been something that's dominated the playing field. We've never the last time we had a Heisman Trophy candidate was Stetson, obviously, but beyond that, Ty Gurley should have got one way back when, but we've never really been an offensive geared football team. We make yards, we get scores, but our defense has been our marquee for years. And I mean, that's Kirby's MO. He's a defensive coach. I mean, he's a defensive back. And just honestly, tonight's biggest woes come from 3rd down. I mean, time, because you give us more time of possession, we can score more. I mean, we had the productivity offensively. I mean, for us to be able to, that is the best running attack I think we have produced in 5-6 years. Minimum.
It was, 10 yards of carry for him.
Well, we were, and I don't know what we ended up being on 3rd down, but I know at some point in the game we were 2 for 8 on 3rd down, and that ain't going to cut it ever.
That is not. Whereas Alabama was 12 of 19, I think. Yeah. So I'm with there. I see the historian's going to be on here in just a second. I do want to point out where was it? One of the good comments there. One of the questions. Well, the question was about was it play calling tonight or execution? Bobo calls the plays, but it's on the players. Period. Execution was shit tonight, top to bottom. It was, but I'll say this, and maybe this, Alan, is kind of ties in what you were saying. There were times that I thought Bobo called good plays. There were times when Georgia goes 3 and outs in the second half. I'm like, oh God, you're killing me. Bring in Peanut, hand it off to him. That doesn't work. Throw the long pass that's dropped. It should have been a touchdown. We all be going, wow, Mike Bobo called up the greatest play of all time. That one was execution. The first play was bad. The third play did not like. There's another time where they go sideways, sideways, sideways. Nothing happens. And you're punting it back to them and hoping to get a stop. So you can have inconsistent play calling, just like you could have inconsistent play, inconsistent execution. So same with the defense. I mean, 2 14-play drives, just kicking your teeth in. You give up 24 points in the first half. They had 100, almost 200 yards rushing or 200 yards in the first quarter. They kicked your face in on defense, but then you throw a shutout in the second half. Well, how about a little consistency? How about one turnover? Get them the ball back. How about a couple sacks? Tackles for loss? Any tackles for loss? Did they have tackles for loss?
We had a few. We had like 5 or 6, but they were all on those like 1 yard gimmies.
Yeah, Georgia had 4.
Yeah,
11 yards.
Eric.
So I mean, 11 yards. That's barely a tackle for loss.
We didn't have enough pressure on the quarterback.
So
Zero
again,
back, 0, and that's like, come on, man, get a damn sack.
Yeah,
I would honestly rather see them try to bring linebackers, and if we give up a big play, so be it. But let's not just sit back and we're just getting. I mean, Tennessee did it to us. Bama just did it to us. I mean, we're just getting sliced and diced in the secondary.
Yeah. So Leo says Bobo's so damn stubborn with his ancient ancestor dinosaur play calling. Talk about that I formation with a toss pitch for the easy touchdown.
Beautiful.
That wasn't predictable. That was pretty damn impressive. But then
we've been running that for 40 years or more.
But they weren't expecting it. I mean, it was a walk-in touchdown. So I agree. Leo may be right. It's old-fashioned stuff, and there's no innovation. Whereas Alabama's throwing a Caden Proctor. Maybe I get it. Summer says Sumter LB says Bobo's notoriously inconsistent. Yeah, I get that. But then DBD 27 says we're harping on Bobo when the defense gave up 24 in one half. Now, granted, if you hold a team to 24, you should stand about an 85% chance of winning because I think you should be able to score 27.
Especially being at home. If you're on the road, okay, but at home and you only give up 24, yeah, you should win.
I do also want to point out that 24, there's also a 10-minute advantage in time of possession and a crap ton more plays. So when your defense couldn't get off the field, they absolutely limited the number of drives you had. And if you go back to some of those old games, remember that Missouri game was like 6-9, and everybody was so pissed off. I'm like, Georgia had so few possessions in that game, and you see these guys fighting for field position.
You talking about 21 or 21?
I don't know. I just remember being the worst Georgia game of all time.
I broke it that night. But that was the night I was like, you know what, Stetson Bennett's the guy, because that's when he rallied late, like the third quarter, and got a couple big first downs and got us where we needed to be that night.
It goes back to what you said too, Roddy. Of Bobo goes through these, and I'm not going to put this on Bobo, I guess. Because I don't know who this.
Oh, you can. Hey, dude, this is the Overreaction show.
Well, I'm not, and I'm not trying to be, just sitting there and hammer Bobo. That's not the point of this. But when we get those, when we have those multiple 3 and outs where we just don't move the ball at all, that really kills a team because your defense just has to get right back on the damn field, and clearly you're losing the battle for field position.
No, Alan,
it happens too many times. Like we need to find a way to stop the 3 and outs. Fine, we don't need a touchdown every possession. We don't need a field goal every possession, but we can't have like 3 drives of 3 and outs per game. Like we need to be a little more, find a way to be a little more consistent.
No, and that's if you talk to Kirby, he'll say we got to get off the field on third down, and we've got to extend our drives. I know it sounds boring, it sounds obvious, like saying the sky's blue, but that's it. One drop pass or one incompletion, and now the defense has instead of it being 50-50, knowing what you're going to do, now it's 80-20. And they get into the right defense. So it makes your third down, not just from down and distance, harder, but your likelihood of completing that third down, converting it plummets. absolutely plummets with one bad play. So you're right that one tackle behind the line is you're looking at second 16. You're punting. It's second 16. You're punting. Now Georgia did get out of it once with a hell of a throw to Branch, but it's like anytime you see a play go backwards, a holding call, a illegal procedure, the minute it happens, every coach in America goes, "Okay, we're punting." Any negative play. That's just how it goes. And Georgia has too many negative plays. I'm with you 100%. All right, let's bring on the historian here. Let's see what he has to say. And I see we got dogs on tap as well.
What's
Look
going
at
on?
that setup.
Yes, sir. What's going on, fellas?
Not much, historian. Give us your take on the game here. Let's see if Jonathan and Allen agree with you.
Well, I say this here. I don't need nobody to agree with me. It's all free. If he agree, he agree. If he don't, the hell with it. So
no, I'm just saying, hey, you got to impress these guys. They've been kicking my ass all over the court.
So here's my thing. I'm not a Bobo fan. Never have been like that. So what I'll say is this: in this ball game, you got to give him credit because he did respond and put up points. Now, again, as I said, I'm not a fan. I wanted Buster Faulkner. That was who I wanted. Now, let's get to it. You got to stop. If I see folks in the chat doing it, you got to stop comparing Todd Monken to Mike Bobo. It is a difference night and day.
Yeah.
Monken is a guy who understands how to adjust on the fly. If anybody knows about Napoleon, now I can't say what happened with Baltimore. They're struggling right now. But previously, before Baltimore's gone through their struggles, let's be honest, he's got what Napoleon had. He could see something coming and change right off the bat, just like that. That is a gift. That is a God-given gift. Not everybody has that. Now, here's the thing. Mike Bobo has not been offered any jobs outside of Georgia. He's been fired twice as an offensive coordinator. No matter how you look at it, it's just what it is. If he was a hot coordinator, he would have had more job offers outside of Georgia. Kirby had to replace Buster Faulkner was leaving. You had to bring somebody in. So he brought somebody he trusted. It is what it is at this point. We got to live and die with it. He's had James Coley as an OC. It didn't work out. He's got Mike. Mike's saving grace. We've been to 2 back-to-back SEC championship games, and he's won 1. But for some odd reason, we still have problems with Alabama at all. But here's my problem I got right now with everybody. When the hell are y'all going to start holding Glenn Schumann's ass to the fire? When are you going to start holding him to the fire? Because
I've been trying to do it for 3 hours and 7 minutes.
No, because this is a problem. This man literally inherited what Dan Lanning built. Let's get that straight. And we ended up.
He was here before Dan Lanning.
I'm sorry. Dan Lanning literally had a championship defense that he built and went through growing pains. He leaves and goes to Oregon. This man takes over. It's pretty much like how Barry Switzer walked into the Dallas Cowboys job. It's how he walked in. Those players were already set up. They already had a standard set. All he had to do was just roll out the ball and say, go make plays, boys. That's all he had to do because they understood. Now, if we're going to sit here and judge somebody, when are we going to start talking about this secondary? This secondary hasn't been right since Fran Brown has left. It's been soft in coverage. We got guys that are making plays here and there, but no disrespect to Ellis Robinson. He's a young player that showed a couple of flashes, but he got his ass handed to him tonight and last week, period. DeMello Jones looks better at that cornerback spot right now. You can't even argue that. There was a play, and I don't know if you guys saw it, where there was a screen where that kid Riley comes out of the backfield. Ellis Robinson has a one-on-one shot with him because he breaks across and has a one-on-one shot with him. He olays him, and they pick up the first down. We can't continue to start off slow like we're doing and not getting offenses off the field. They went 13. They had 13 third down conversions.
Was it a first down or a score?
No. I'm talking about the third down conversions. They kept the chains moving.
No, I'm just thinking they're on that Olay move.
No, they didn't score on that one, but it was a big play that gave them a first down to set them up for that.
Okay,
but we could have got off the field on that because that was I think that was like a 3rd and 12 or a 3rd and 8, and he picked up that first and had a shot.
Yeah.
Now, the biggest play on this that gave us a chance to get back in it was Jordan Big Baby Hall. We've been waiting for him the whole time.
Ooh, what a tackle.
When Ryan Williams ran into traffic and he had nothing but green in front of him, Jordan Hall made one of the biggest plays of the game and gave us a chance, period.
I'm not saying he fell back in coverage, but it almost looked the way he was backing up, knowing that they had run that screen, that little dump.
Mm-hmm.
The screen, you let the guys through, you dump it to the back, all the running back, all the offensive linemen are in front of him, and now the defensive linemen are trying to catch up. That happened to him like 3 times, and he's like, I got off my block too easy. This is some bullshit. They're trying to get behind me again. And he spun around and dropped the good dude. That was huge. I'm with you. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just saying.
No, you're fine.
We had talked about that in 3 hours, and I want to give Jordan Hall
But here's the other thing. We're not tackling well.
No.
We keep talking about everything. We're not tackling well. Everybody keeps talking about this offense. When are we going to start holding this defense accountable? This is not an elite defense. This is a good defense. Yeah. We are a very good defense, but we're inconsistent as hell. When are we going to start talking about the fact that guys aren't wrapping up, driving when they make contact? When are we going to talk about cornerbacks getting their head around to find the football? When are we going to start talking about the fact that linebackers that have been here for a couple of years are still guessing in the wrong gaps? When are we going to start talking about this type of stuff? This is the stuff that a lot of individuals don't want to look at, but we take the lazy route and just say, oh, it's the offense's fault. No, if our defense doesn't give up that many points in the first half, maybe our offense does not have to play with such urgency to where they're playing out of rhythm. We are not a team that plays at a high tempo. That is not us. Run the football, use your tight ends, use your receivers. You have to learn. Bobo has to do better with drawing up mesh concepts for his receivers, because Noah Thomas right now he might as well try out for University of Georgia's track team at this point. This dude came here and we are not using him. He's a contested pass catcher. That is his specialty. He can also run and catch, but we're not using him. I love Zachariah Branch. Rest in peace to his great uncle, the legendary Cliff Branch. If y'all didn't know, that was his uncle, his great uncle.
I did not know that.
Yes, that is. That's his great uncle. The legendary Cliff Branch is his uncle. You can look that up. So when you see how this kid moves and you see the speed, the wiggle, it's exactly like his great uncle. Exactly. He inherited. It was just a gift. But at the same time, we have so many weapons on this team that we're not using, whether it be offense or whether it be defense. And no disrespect to Gunner. Gunner played not to lose tonight. He played not to lose tonight.
Which is how Kirby makes him play.
But here's the problem. You can't handcuff a guy, and Gunner's got to understand you've got to be rebellious to a certain extent. Because guess what? This is your team now. Kirby allowed you opportunities to win ball games, and he did it last week on the road in a hostile environment. I mean, 2 weeks ago in a hostile environment. And now you're at home. You don't play the man. Look, Stetson Bennett literally was rebellious at that quarterback spot.
Dude, he and Munker felt like cats and dogs.
Well, that's on Mike Bobo, if you ask me. It's like you just said, historian. It's a mindset. It's a too conservative mindset. And Gunner Stockton is a player that he is not going to go out there and do something that the coaches have not told him to do. That's not, that ain't Gunner. Gunner's going to do what the coaches have, taught him to do, and that's the way he's going to do it. But I completely agree with you, though. They need to, Bobo, they've got to get out of this conservative mindset, and instead of playing, that's just like in the Tennessee game when we finally kind of took the lead. What did we do after that? We went down the field. We kicked 3 straight field goals instead of going for the jugular and trying to get touchdowns out of it and put the game away. We just got too conservative. Well, I don't want to harp on the defense too much because you're making a great point right now about the defense.
Here's my prediction
right there.
I put it on the screen what I wrote Friday. Georgia isn't as good on defense as it used to be. So the Bulldogs rely on offense keeping the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what did not happen? Now, again, I'm trying to look at me. I got it right. I'm just saying it's
before
you came on, historian. I was trying to tell people Georgia was exposed last week in the secondary. The one thing you don't have the players in the secondary that you're used to. You just can't. You've tried to develop them. You're not great there. One thing you can't do is let guys get behind you. They didn't do that. I give them credit for that, unlike Tennessee. But you can't miss tackles either.
Nope.
You can't control your talent level to a certain extent. I mean, you can develop it, but you got what you got to this point.
Yep.
The one thing you can fix, all those players on defense can fix, what Glenn Schumann can fix, is guys tackling.
Yep.
And there were the first half, I mentioned it 4 or 5 times, another missed tackle, hitting guys in the backfield, bouncing off of him and letting them pick up 6. Now we're looking at 2nd and 4 or 3rd and 4 when you could have had them 3rd and 10 because you missed the tackle.
How many tackles did Jeremy Bernard break tonight? I can tell you, I can count 10 that I saw him break tonight.
And that's why I do that. And they're like, okay, well, we can throw to him, or we can hand it to him on the end of the round, or we can hand it to him off tackle. They just started just saying, look, this kid can't be tackled tonight. We're just going to give it to him in 47 different ways. So,
and then here's the thing: they had Jeremy Bernard, we had Chauncey Bowens.
Yeah.
No disrespect to Nate Frazier, but I'm just going to be honest with you. You can't win ball games if you guys remember the movie The Program, right?
Oh yeah,
back in the day. And the character from the guy that was the freshman running back. Now, we know Nate's not a freshman, but he runs the football, gets it knocked out of his hand. He said, look, it was a hell of a run, but it does no good to us if you can't hold on to the football. Now, in that situation, it's basic fundamentals 101. If you're running in traffic, you can protect the football. He holds it like a loaf of bread. It's only one running back that I've seen, he's my hero, Walter Payton. That's the only guy that I know that can hold the ball like a vice grip with one hand and run through traffic and not lose it.
Yeah, but nobody could hit Sweetness.
Sweetness was energy and heart. So that was kind of tough. And I got to give Chauncey Bowens his credit. Chauncey ran with heart tonight. Like he just wasn't going to be denied. And you got to give a little credit to that right side. Those young pups came in and held their own, except for the play at the end on that 4th and 1. But again, as you said before, it's a lot of stuff that we can grow from. It sucks that we lost to Bama. It sucks. But it's still a long season. A long season.
No, you're 100% right.
And they can't do anything but get better. They can't do anything but get better. They're getting into a rhythm where they're learning, but they're also playing. You got to remember, it's a lot of young guys playing right now that didn't get much starting time last year. So
I'm with you. I mean, we're just now seeing the emergence of Chris Cole. The first time I saw Justin Williams make some few plays tonight. We hadn't seen him a whole lot. Jonah Ajonye got out there, made a couple plays. Elijah Griffin had a nice tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, there are some new guys. DeMello Jones finally hit again. Well, and Ellis Robinson. I've been very hard on him, but then I was very hard on Dayne Everett when he was playing as a freshman, and everybody was picking on him instead of Kamari Laster. Then when went after number 7, they're like, well, we're gonna pick on him some. I'm like, okay, so I get it. There are growing pains that drives you crazy, but they can get better. I just don't see a bunch of saviors coming in the secondary, and you're going to face Ty Simpson, red hot quarterback. But there's a lot more good quarterbacks in line that Georgia has to face. Jackson Arnold, I know Auburn didn't win, but he's really good. Haynes King, he's really damn good.
Don't forget about Ole Miss's backup quarterback that just won today. People forget that he came out of Ferris State, and he was nominated for the FCS Heisman Trophy winner. He was nominated for the Heisman Trophy at that level, pretty much as the Walter Payton Award. He was nominated for it. So he's played a lot of football. And today he beat an LSU team who has a top-rated defense in the country today. They beat him.
Yeah. So he's going to come here, and you have to deal with that. So it was said to me by somebody who I really trust. He said, Joey Aguilar, he's really good, but we're going to face 6 quarterbacks better than him.
And you just saw one of them tonight.
Exactly. And you played him to a standstill. He scored 21 on you.
He had a really
You
good
scored
night.
21, and you gave him a field goal.
Now,
Cormy says 2012 Mike Bobo under Mark Richt or 2024 Mike Bobo under Kirby. I will say I'm not sure exactly what you're asking there, Cormies, but one of the things when you were talking earlier about comparing Mike Bobo to Todd Monken, one of the things that people forget is the amount of first-round talent that Todd Monken had. And I'm not taking anything away from Todd Monken. He's a hell of an offensive coordinator. It's the one time you talk about being rebellious. That's the one time Kirby is not really. I don't say it wasn't the only time Kirby couldn't overrule him, but you can't really push Todd around. And not saying you can push around Mike, but Mike's just different. He was able to get away with more stuff. But when you have a Stetson Bennett and you have that offensive line that he did, and you had those backs, you had a James Cook, and then on defense, I mean, look at the defense that he was dealing with. They got him turnovers. He could take wild risks because you're not going to score on those teams. So, and you just can't stack talent like that. So I'm not saying that Mike's a good coordinator. I don't know. Maybe he sucks. Maybe he's god awful. I don't know. But he is not. It's not the same era. It's not the same amount of talent.
We could be Clemson right now. Just being honest, we could be that bad right now. Look, the loss sucks. I'm not even gonna bullshit you. The loss sucks.
No, it's not. Well, let me ask you this, and I see we got dogs on tap. I'll ask him too. But historian, if I asked the guys earlier, if the exact same game happened, and this was LSU, okay, everything happened, but instead of them wearing crimson, they were wearing that yellow and purple. How would you feel?
I still would be mad about it because I don't like to lose. I'm competitive.
But would it suck? Is it the fact that it was against Alabama make it worse?
No.
Okay.
It's the fact that we lost and we had opportunities in the second half, 3 critical drives, and we didn't get it done when we were able to move the ball. That was what pissed me off. It could be against anybody that we do that against because I don't like to lose anyway, but at the end of the day, you can't expect to win ball games if you're not able to put the ball in the end zone when you have drives, moving the ball. Ask the Atlanta Falcons about it.
Yeah. Shout out to Cormies for the back-to-back super chats. I don't like to come on here and beg people for money. It's not my thing, but I just want to tell people when we get the super chats, they do help. We give away a lot of free stuff. We give away a lot of free packages. I went and shipped about I think it was like 9 different boxes at the UPS store the other day, and they're like, "Yeah, that'll be $168." I'm like, "Damn!" So I took the money off the business card from all you people helping me out. So we put it all back into the business there. Let me bring on Dogs on Tap. Add him to the show here real quick. And
how's it going?
It's going good. Let me finish up one thing, Dogs on Tap, with what historian said. I want to wrap up, and he'll correct me if I'm wrong. He says, "When is somebody going to call out Georgia's defense?" And I'll pitch this to you, Dogs on Tap, and see if you agree. It felt to me like Georgia's defense lost the first half. Gave up 24 points in a half. That's a loss. And it feels like Georgia's offense lost the second half. They did outscore them. Hey, but they only scored 7 points. So that's to me, it's complimentary. The offense only had a few plays in the first half, but hey, they put up 14. Defense gave up 24, but in the second half, the offense couldn't get done. A couple times on the 50, 3 different times you're midfield and got nothing.
Yeah.
But the defense threw a shutout. Does that have a fair synopsis?
Yeah.
Okay. Dogs on Tap, do you agree?
Yeah, I think the defense has honestly been the reasons for the slow starts in general, just because I think the whole thing with the defense is they're just young. Like, the whole team is just young. Like, Gunner, tonight was his 5th start, KJ, true sophomore. but obviously played a lot back there. Ja'Cory Brooks, Young, Ellis Young. They're all just young, you know. So this team's gonna have to, and they're not playing an easy schedule, so it's just they're gonna have to get better with reps, honestly. My thing, like the historian said, Fran Brown is missing. The DB play ever since he's been gone has been atrocious.
Can
Their
we get a little Muschamp back?
Yeah, Muschamp too. Maybe that's why the tackling hasn't been there. I mean, I feel like the tackling has been better this year because last year we couldn't even tackle against UMass. You know, we let
good point.
UMass. You know, so like I feel like Raylan Wilson has been laying the boom a bit, but tonight the tackling did look weak tonight. And I don't know if that's because they're practicing too hard. Are they practicing too hard? You know, are they hitting too hard in practice? Because I know Kirby says this week in his pressers that he didn't want them laying it out on the practice field. So
I was told that they were very, and again, I don't go off of what Kirby often says until it's after the fact. When it's after the fact, a lot of times he'll come out and tell you what happened. But beforehand, you know, it's like, oh, we had a good spirited practice. Well, what the hell does that mean? So I asked people who were at practice. I'm like, hey, how did you guys handle this week? And they said, look, we treated it like another game. There was no, we know that this is a ranked team coming into our house. We're going to treat it, you know, like it's the biggest game of the year because it absolutely is. But we're going to treat Kentucky like it's the biggest game of the year. We're going to treat, you know, Marshall like it's the biggest game of the year. The next one is always the biggest. But there wasn't any weirdness or overachieving or, you know, getting into their own heads because it was Alabama. That's what I was told from players and from coaches. Okay, good. I'm excited to hear that. You don't want them to be too tense, too nervous, going too hard in practice. Somebody gets hurt, something like that. There's a big deal about Alabama taking 4 days off, you know, in the bye week, and you know Georgia is trying to rest its guys so that you could get back Green and Gaston and you know some of the guys that are banged up. I get it, but to me, it comes down to if you they went super hard on Tuesday like they normally do. They call it Bloody Tuesday for a reason. You know, you tackle pretty hard. But when you just kind of, like you said, the historian says, when you ole a guy, you know, coming out of the backfield, Riley, when KJ Bolden misses a tackle, well, first Ellis Robinson misses a tackle, and then KJ Bolden misses a tackle. Now it's a first down. It's like you both had a shot, you know. Christian Miller missed one. You know, and you know how good Christian Miller is. It's just I can't explain it. I don't think it was to do with practice. I think it's almost to do with concentration and poor execution. Yeah. The comment section is full of mis-execution or poor execution. I think
also there was that one bubble screen to Bernard that they did that Jonell kind of blew up off Ryan Williams' block, but he kind of just like, I mean, I kind of just failed at the tackle attempt, but he would have blown that play up if he would have executed. Which just goes back to execution because he blew Ryan Williams off his block. He just didn't make.
So he's in the right spot. He does the right technique. Doesn't finish.
Yeah.
When they asked Kirby about not being able to sack Jalen Milroe last year, not being able to affect him, he's like, you know, why couldn't you sack him? He's like, we got to him. We called the right plays. We got off our blocks. We didn't finish the tackle. We didn't finish the play. We have to finish the sack. And they just missed him. And that was kind of the vibe I was getting today. And this couple of times, like you're just the very last second, somebody bounces off. Drove me nuts. What are your other thoughts there, Dogs on Top?
I have a few notes that just personally.
Okay.
Let's see which ones I could start with. I've already kind of gone like Fran Brown, Muschamp. Like I do feel like we're missing those guys. Also, I guess James Coley is a great recruiter. But his offense in 2019 was purely all to the sidelines. It was one of the most putrid Georgia offenses I could remember, next to Brian Schottenheimer's in 2015.
Ooh.
All of his receivers have done since he's been the wide receiver coach is drop passes since he's been back. I don't know what I don't know if they're trying to do too much with their eyes before it gets to their hands, but I just don't. I think there needs to be some overhaul with maybe the wide receiver coach and DB coach for sure, possibly O line, but the O line has been battling injuries, which it's had to be makeshift a lot of the times. Not an excuse, but they looked a bit better tonight, in my opinion.
Well, here's my question to you guys. Let's just say Bobo and Schumann are, which they're not, but let's just say they are the worst coaches in the nation. Can Kirby get rid of these guys and find somebody else? Can he actually fire Bobo?
Yes.
I believe he can.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure he can, but
why not?
So here's a question I got for you. You asked that question. I'll throw this out. You got another disciple that learned up under Todd Monken when you look at Todd Hartley. We don't know if he's ever had any opportunities to call plays. Maybe in the offseason, maybe in the spring, he was able to do that. But the one thing that you can say about Kirby that he did learn from Nick Saban, he lets his guys actually work. Even though he holds them to a certain standard, the question is this. Todd Hartley's not going to be around here forever just recruiting tight ends. The man's going to want to move up eventually. So is he ever going to get a shot as an OC? Will it be with us or will it be with someone else? Because, again, even though he's a tight ends coach, he still knows that offense left and right, just like everybody else on the staff. He has to, because he has to be able to coach players up. So
you're right. People talk about.
That's my question. Would you give him a shot?
He's in the booth, isn't he, too? Isn't he up there in the booth?
He's in the booth.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm asking, would you give him a shot? Because, again, you really look at it and you look at the coaching trees or whatnot, you've had guys that have sat in that room and they might put their own flair on the plays that are on that playbook, but at the same time, he might be a little bit different. He might be a little bit more of an aggressive play caller, might be a little bit more creative. You don't know. Like we don't know this because we're not in the room with him. But that's an honest assessment and an honest question, because him nor Trey Scott are going to remain position coaches forever. They're going to move up eventually, whether they're here with us or whether they're elsewhere.
I mean, yeah, Hartley, he'll be a head coach somewhere. I mean, I know that's what he's angling for. I've spoken to him in the past. I know he wants to be a head coach. He could be fantastic, but do remember the game plan that Georgia comes up with is a group effort. I mean, you got John Lilly over there too. You've got all the offensive coaches saying, hey, here are the plays we want to run. They all sit on it together. It is a group effort. Now, the specific play at that specific time, that could be Mike. But I know people are in Mike's ear saying, here's what my guys are telling me. So when we're looking at 3rd and 3 versus single high, this is what we need to run. So he's getting advice from all those guys. They talk nonstop. It's not just one guy doing it. Granted, they don't have a lot of time, but when the defense has the ball, that they're working on. When the defense is on the field, they're working on that stuff. So it is a group effort. I say that when Todd Monken left, or when Todd Monken was here, who did he rely on for red zone plays? Mike Bobo. That was his guy.
What about in 2021? Because that's 20. I know 2022.
Yeah,
Bobo came around that time. Who did he rely on? I'm just asking, because I don't know exactly.
I don't remember. I don't know which guy that was, but I mean, this is Todd Monken himself saying, "Look, here's what Mike Bobo came back in 22. Here's what he's done for us. We were not good in the red zone in 2021.
Nope.
Remember, they barely won that title.
Yep.
2022, he's like, we were fantastic in the red zone. I think they led the nation in the red zone. And he's like, that's all the stuff that Mike Bobo's brought in. So he signed off on Mike Bobo. He's like, hey, Kirby, I'm leaving. That's the guy you need. He does all my stuff. He runs my plays. This guy he's really good at what he does. That's who Kirby wanted before he got Todd Monken, but he was busy. Now you open the show saying, if Mike Bobo was so good, he'd have offers. How do you know he hasn't?
Hey, I'm just asking because most of your
I know.
I'm asking because most of your
it is a common.
Say again.
It is a very common thing that we hear. If Mike Bobo was good, if he was a hot coach, he would have offers from elsewhere. And he's been fired twice. Yeah, he has. A lot of coaches have been fired. It's
So that's what they
again,
say.
not defending him. I'm just
Oh
saying.
no. I know what you're
we
saying.
don't know.
Bringing the other side of the argument out. No, I got you on that.
No, so I'm saying I will say this. I will say the fact that he has not been, or the idea that he has not been approached to coach elsewhere is false. Now, when people find out, when his agent's like, nah, we've moved, we were at South Carolina, we were at Auburn, we're tired of moving. We like it here. My son's on the team. I get to see him. All my family's here. They're like, oh, well, Mike doesn't want to go anywhere. You'd have to be offering him a head coach job at a fantastic place for him to move. And so I'm just saying you're not hearing his name pop up a lot of times because a lot of that stuff is preempted and you don't have his agent leaking it out there a lot. There's a lot of coaches. I think the guy from Kentucky who tried to claim that he turned down Kirby Smart for the offensive coordinator position when basically Kirby offered him a tight end coaching spot. And his agent leaked that the Kentucky guy turned down Kirby Smart to be his offensive coordinator. When the guy got here, they offered him to be a position coach. I think he was the offensive coordinator up there or something. I can't remember the guy's name, but it was just, I'm like, okay, so what? And just from an inside baseball, as a reporter, there's a lot of false news that gets out there and a lot of news that doesn't get out there. We try like hell to get as much of it we can, and we try not to get taken in by the fake stuff. But it's impossible. You can't get out all the news. There have been, I know at least one other team that came snooping around.
And you've been doing this for a minute, so you might know.
32 years, and again,
you might know one of my mentors then, because I host a show myself, pro show, but I interview some former college coaches. One of the coaches that he's a mentor to me. I talked to him. His name is Bill Hayes. Wild Bill Hayes. They coached at North Carolina Central and Winston-Salem State. And
I don't know him, but I've heard the name.
He won a couple of national championships at HBCU level. He talked about it.
Yeah, I knew that.
He said, matter of fact, Timmy Newsome is one of his top prospects, him and Yancey Thigpen and a few others, but he talked about it. He said, the one thing about the coaching profession is this: you're either a coach that's getting hired or you're getting fired. There's no in between. And
that every coach will either you will be moving up or you'll be moving on. That's just I remember seeing how many coaches would go to it's one of those stores where you can sell your old gear, your old clothing.
The thrift store.
Well, no, but it was like a higher end place where these girls would take all their dresses and things like that, and
Plato's. It's called Plato's.
Plato's
Closet. What you talking about?
And these Georgia coaches, Jamil Adai or whoever, Cortez Hankton, they get so much gear and every coach knows to do this in whatever town you're in, because every coach you see will have I've coached 11 different places. They go to whatever Plato's Closet there is. They take all that gear and they all got for free, and they walk out there with about $2-3 grand in their pocket in cash. I mean, it's just the way it goes down. So again, this has nothing to do. We're getting far off topic about Mike Bobo, but I'm just saying that the thing is it's obviously a bad coordinator because he hasn't been offered other jobs. I'm like, it's only a lot of the stuff is only going to be horizontal because he's the offensive coordinator for one of the best teams in the country.
Yeah.
So how many teams above him could offer him a better offensive coordinator position near his family with his son on the team? So, in other words, I don't use that. Now, did Mike Bobo get out coached tonight? Hell yeah, he did. You had the ball 3 times on midfield or past midfield, and you didn't score. So you lost the second half, just like Lynn Schumann lost the first half.
The thing about Bobo with me is I feel like these past 2 teams with this offenses, I just feel like I'm getting teleported back to some Rick years where, the offense would just go stagnant, or they would come out for some games and just look lackadaisical or not execute.
Hell, he might have been better under Rick. I mean, there are a lot of times where he was scoring 40 points a game. There's no defense.
It's the
they just never had defense back then. That's true, but
sometimes we look great on offense. We'll drive up and down the field 2-3 times, touchdown, and then out of nowhere,
like last week against
3 and out.
No, I'm with you, and I don't know what happens. I don't know if that's just football in general. I mean, historian, you got in the name. You can give us the trends, but
it depends because again, we've seen teams start off hot and then they get cold. It's just what it is. Because if you look at it, Bama was hot as fish grease in that first half.
Yeah,
Ty Simpson could not miss, and even when we were touching him, he was still delivering the football. And Jeremy Bernard was a problem, but in that second half, adjustments were made, but they were still able to eat some clock, but they weren't as efficient with time of possession like they were in the first half. We just laid an egg in the first half, and then in the second half, offensively, we laid an egg as well.
That's my point. I mean, I'm agreeing with you. We can blame Bobo. We can blame Schumann. It all comes down eventually to Kirby, or goes up to him, or goes down to the position guys. I'm with you. No one is blameless in this one. And we can point to the individual players, the missed tackles, the drop pass, the fumble, missed blocks.
I got a question for y'all, and I'm going to slide on out.
Yeah.
I want to ask, even in the chat, I'm going to probably pay attention to it. The drop pass that Talon Taylor had, he dropped, he was wide open. Didn't it give you shades of Terrence Edwards at Florida back in the day when he was wide open and literally had a walk-in at that moment? But the one thing that you could say about Terrence Edwards is it was a horrible situation. Felt bad for him. But what he did was he didn't let it stop him from growing and becoming a better player. Do you think Talon Taylor is a young player right now? Because his confidence is shot right now because he knows that walk-in touchdown could have been the difference of the game. And it was in his hands. Do you think that he takes this moment to really do some self-reflect and say, you know what? I tried to do too much before I got the ball in my hand. What can I work on? And do you think this drives him to become better? Or do you think that this could stay in his head and throw him off a little bit? Because stuff like this messes athletes up all the time.
That it's funny you say that, historian, because correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't he the one that made the comment that when he signed to come here or when he got on campus, whatever it was, he made some comment about, well, you won't see me dropping any passes. Anybody remember that?
I don't remember that.
I honestly don't remember that.
Because this was back when we were dropping all kinds of balls last year, and he kind of, I want to say Talon Taylor was, he made a tweet or something like that. I won't be dropping any balls. And then here we go. Not that I'm not going to hate on him. I'm just answering. I don't know what's in his mind either. Nobody does. Obviously,
the universe will punish
going to go one way or the other.
That is called hubris.
I'm sure if he did, it'll resurface.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he did.
The football gods don't appreciate that. The football gods will crush you if you say something like that. It always happens. I mean, that's why the coaches half the time they're like, hey, don't say anything stupid about the other team, because the minute you say something, it's going to bite you in the ass, and we're going to lose the game because of what you said.
I pray and hope that he builds off of it, because we all know how brutal our fan base can be.
No, I hope he puts in the work to get better.
That's all I'm gonna say, because he's gonna hear about it at this point. But I think he's gonna be a great player. But he just has to mentally lock in, though.
Good point here from Amari Carmichael, one of our best commenters. He's like, "Hey, Ryan dropped the same pass."
Ryan Williams did,
but he also caught passes and made big plays to move the chains and give them opportunities to keep their team on the field and keep our defense off.
No, I'm with you. This will come down. I've spoken to the kid a few times. I think what you're going to see here is, and I don't want to say it's humbling because it almost sounds, well, to your thing about him never, or if he did say, you won't see me dropping it, well, this is where you get humbled. It's It's just like Ellis Robinson. Remember, he came in last year and he made one play on the ball, and everyone's like, "I'll bring him in instead of Harris. Oh my God, he's so much better than Harris. Bring Ellis Robinson, he's number one guy." And because he made one play against, and it was maybe late against UMass or something. I'm just saying it was second team on second team, and everybody thought he was the second coming of Jesus himself because he knocked the ball away. And Georgia was struggling then, with Harris. So my point is, you can have a whiff like Juan Gaston had today on that fourth down play, miss a whiff block. You can have a fumble. You can have any sort of welcome to Georgia, welcome to the SEC, humbling experience. And you can curl up in a ball and transfer somewhere else. I remember there was a kid from I think it was LSU, Louisiana, called Micaiah Tongue, and
I remember.
Georgia brought him in as a wide receiver. A lot of people told him, "Hey, you need to be a defensive back, you need to be a safety, cornerback, something like that." But I want to be a wide receiver. After his first couple practices, he basically called home and said, "Dad, I ran my best routes. I can't get open." And he was gone. You can get humbled very fast. And I think of the humbling that Ladd McConkey went through. You guys remember Ladd McConkey used to drop passes.
Yeah.
He had the yips there for a while. But
Justin.
Exactly. Just from what I've seen from this Talon Taylor kid, if he ever said that, well, he paid the price tonight, and he will come out the other side. The kid is driven. He is not known to become from a football powerhouse. He wants to put them on the map, and you got to have your bad play. And people still and I get furious when people give Terrence Edwards shit about that one pass.
Agreed.
He was your last 1,000-yard receiver. He's one of the best receivers ever to come through the University of Georgia, and you're going to remember the one thing you did wrong. And I'm like, if we're going to do that, then I want to know what you did wrong. And I'm going to bring it up every time I disagree with you, And I know Dog's on top. I mean, he's got that look about him like he robbed a bank or something. I'm just saying that guy. He's got. I'm expecting to see that bandana. And we're gonna bring it up every time he comes on the show. I'm like, okay, the bank robber's on, But
I was saying the moment, and I'm saying you can use that moment to become great because Terrence had a great career for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Followed him when he was in the CFL. Was a hell of a player. Of which the Falcons would have kept him a lot longer instead of 1 year.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it's all about learning experiences, just like life. Yeah. Just like life. Guess what? You're gonna have moments where you screw up in life big time. Big time. And it's gonna be, and sometimes people are gonna see it. The question is, how do you work to become better? And I think he has the talent to become one of the best receivers to walk through here. And if I'm wrong, you know what? I can eat humble pie, but his game is just different. He just got to.
By the same token, will Nate Frazier take being benched tonight and come out the other side? He was benched.
Yep.
Did he get in after that fumble?
Nope. He should have been benched too.
But he's had a problem with that ball on the ground since he's been here, unfortunately.
Yep. So it's like, well, maybe you just thought because you were better than the other guys that you didn't have to work as hard with ball security. Was that the third or fourth one he's put on the ground?
He had some his freshman year too, but I don't know why I keep bringing up. But no,
that's been a problem.
Yeah. Last year we recovered a lot last year that we should have probably fumbled, but he's probably Austin P fumbled. Right, and then tonight it's 2.
So he's had 2 so far this year, didn't he? Was he the one that put it on the ground against Notre Dame?
No, that was ETN.
Okay, yeah. But the point is, that we can say the same thing about him. Can you take that one play and can you fix it?
Use it earlier. Too, Radi.
He's had a total of 5. So he's had a total of 5 career fumbles.
Oof.
We know, but we also know that he's had. I know he had more than that last year, but it is what it is at this point. you know what? You either gonna get better or you're not, and that's something that he can work on in the offseason. But at this point, you got to figure out how to hold on to the ball.
Yeah. DBD 27 says I think Ellis is getting baptized by fire right now. That's another guy who could take a rough game and or hell, rough 2 games and maybe come out the other side. That happens for DBs. The DBs, especially cornerbacks, have to go through just absolute hell. It's the only way.
Is this Ellis's second year? Or I thought for some reason I was thinking it was his third year.
No, he was a freshman last year.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate y'all having me on, fellas. I got to slide. Thank you.
Last
Have
one.
a good night. Good talking to you.
Appreciate it, historian. Don't be a stranger. Taylor's coach said he'd never seen him drop a pass. Thanks, Amari Carmichael. So maybe that was where it came from. And
back to your comment earlier, Roddy. I mean, should Taylor have even been on the field? Probably not, in my opinion.
Here's the thing.
I mean, I hate to say that, but let's get our our best receivers out there.
My number one complaint, and this was, I will say I got this from somewhere else as well. When I mentioned this, when I first gave my comments on the show, it was Georgia's in a position to win this game. Georgia's in a position to make some big plays. And it feels to me, I understood the 4th and 1 call. A lot of people are like, well, you automatically kick it there. You don't automatically. I get what they were trying to do. And I know why you couldn't bring, well, if we're going to go for it on 4th and 1, let's bring in, Chauncey Bowens. Well, the minute you do that, you let the defense adjust.
Yeah, and they get to
They
substitute.
get to substitute. So you're trying to catch them out. I get that. There were just a sheer number of plays where I'm like, why are you giving the ball to Peanut here on first? You just got a turnover on downs. You stopped them. Quintavious Johnson goes Charles Grant and stops them in the middle of the field. Now's your chance. And the first thing you do is you bring in Peanut on first down. Nothing against Peanut, but I'm like, ride your hot hand.
Yeah.
Stay with McCray. Stay with Bowens. He gets nothing. Maybe it's a missed block. Maybe it's not his fault. Then you're like, okay, we've got this bomb dialed up. It's a play down the middle of the field. They're in the perfect defense for it. Let's run it. And it hits your freshman wide receiver in the hands and he drops it. So when I came on the show, I'm like, my biggest questioning of the coaches is who's in where? Who's deciding on what running back, what wide receiver, what right tackle, what defensive backs, why didn't you bring DeMello Jones in earlier? So that was my bigger. I know you have limited personnel. I wrote on Friday, you're not as good as you used to be. It's going to come down to getting the right players in the right spots. And I don't know 1/1000th of what you do, but I know to ride a hot hand, the guy's averaging 10 yards a carry. I'm not taking him out until you stop him, or until he can't lift his head again because he's freaking exhausted. And I know he wants to stay out there because that's who Chauncey Bowens is. So that was my issue with that pass to Talon Taylor. But that was what I was going to come on here and rant and rave about, which I did to an extent. But I will give one caveat to that play. Did hear Kirby Smart say, yes, that particular play was designed specifically for him. That was a unique play, and that we dialed up against that coverage for him. And I'm like, okay, but I still think that would have been a pass you could have thrown to Zachariah Branch.
Yeah.
Still think you could have thrown it to Dylan Bell.
Like on that 3rd and 11, Zachariah Branch goes out for, a deep route finally. I don't understand why he's not used more on the downfield passing game. It feels like I just don't feel like DBs can guard that guy.
He had drops last year at USC, but so far at Georgia, he has been absolute money.
The only one was the Austin P one, which you can't really even count because it was a tough, the one that hit him right in the gut right before halftime. That was such a tough catch because it was such a tight window. But I mean,
I'm with you, dogs. We just don't go vertical enough. Like, and we don't need to go vertical every single time, but let's see a little bit more. Branch is unbelievable.
He's been an absolute home run. And again, just as I can give Kirby Smart grief for going for it on 4th and 1 or whatever, I'm like, you went and you knew you needed to get better wide receivers, and you did. You missed on all your safeties, it looks like, but you hit a home run getting Colby Young last year and then Zachariah Branch this year. That's been lights out. So, and I know people, we could talk about the drop pass there, but at the same time, you had a receiver who's dropping passes last year. Zachariah Branch at USC last year he didn't have nearly the year that he did as a freshman. But at Georgia, he's been lights out. So maybe we need to give James Coley credit there, and then and then we can rip him for Talon Taylor dropping one. So it's, again, we can blame them all, and we can give them all absolution. So, yeah, it's a good point here from Jim K. We can't go vertical. It's Gunner didn't have enough time tonight. Maybe I need to go back and watch the film, but.
The thing with I'm going to go back to just like inexperience with Gunner too. He's still not trusting. Tonight, I feel like he did a better job of sitting in the pocket a bit more. But there was like on the Delp route, Alan, you brought up earlier, or I think Delp like leaked out for a crosser, and Gunner didn't. He didn't trust his pocket at all. He just tried to dip out for a run immediately, and Delp was open on a crosser.
Yeah.
It's just this team's just still got to go through the ups and downs and because they're young, like Nate Fraser's still a true sophomore. He had to be, ETN got hurt last year, so he comes in as a true freshman. And then Noah Thomas, I don't know if he's having trouble with the playbook or
he's just not as good as we thought he was.
Maybe that's the case.
And he played tonight. You saw number 5 down there a good bit.
Yeah, I do see him on the field a bit, but I guess I don't know. What's going on
talking
there?
about young players, I mean, these coach, and not just the Georgia coaches, but everybody better get used to coaching up young, all the top teams, because you're not going to have any of your top talent. They're going to be going to the NFL pretty soon. And anybody else that's kind of that backup, behind that guy, well, that guy's going to transfer and use the portal and go somewhere else. So you're constantly going to be, having an influx of, new players, freshmen.
Yeah,
so if you can't get these guys ready to play, that's going to be on every single coaching staff across the nation. Everybody's going to have to, all the top teams are going to have to adjust to that. They're going to have to get these young guys ready. That can't be an excuse.
I feel like our staff is one of the best at doing that, though. It's just, getting there is what's going to be the rough part, I think, especially with the secondary.
Secondary, and I've talked just personally, I've talked a lot about Bobo tonight, or the offense tonight, I should say, in general. But, I'll be the first one to admit that, and historian mainly brought it up. He's 100% correct. And what Roddy said earlier, too. I mean, our defense is just as much at fault.
Oh, yeah.
In this game tonight. In Tennessee too, where we could have, and let's not forget, we are literally a kick away from having 2 losses right now. But back to my point. My point is this defense is just as guilty as the offense, as for the inconsistencies or, bad play, whatever you want to call it. The defense is every bit as guilty as the offense is at this point. Because these slow starts, it's not just the offense coming out slow, it's the defense too.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we are.
That's complimentary. Absolutely.
Whoever's on, hell, you could put Kentucky's out there, Kentucky's offense out there against us. I bet Kentucky opens with a damn touchdown against us.
It just at times tonight too, there were some defensive drives where when they were getting lined up, they didn't look like they knew where they were going or where they were supposed to be. Guys telling, go here, go there.
We did look a bit confused tonight.
They did a great job of, when they had a great game plan. Ty Simpson goes up to the line, They first go empty to make, see what Georgia's going to do. Then they move a guy back. And then he keeps changing the plays. He gets down to about 4 or 5 seconds left, and they're moving stuff around, and that's when they would call the play.
Yeah,
it was brilliant.
Here's something that just makes me think of, and I don't remember when this happened, and I don't remember who it was, but somebody telegraphed that it was one of our players in the secondary telegraphed that they were going to blitz on the play. Alabama recognized it, got out of the play they were going to run, switched to a different play. But yet, what did we do? We stayed in the same defense and had that same guy blitzing, and they threw it to the exact spot where that guy was blitzing from and had like a 15, 20-yard gain. So my question is, guys, you see Ty Simpson changing the play. Get out of that defense, because clearly they are going to run something to attack what they just saw.
If it goes slowly, you could do that. But what he was doing it so quickly. So Georgia lines up thinking, okay, we're going to play mint, and then it's like, okay, well, he's going empty. All right, well, we need to adjust, but let's be sure that's what he's going to do, because if he snaps the ball with 20 seconds on the clock, we're ready. Oh wait, he's moving. So then they would adjust the defense, and then he'd adjust again. And Georgia's trying to stop everything, and he was catching him out of position. It was brilliant. That is command of the offense for a guy who's also young and was first time really doing it on the road against tough defense. And they had a brilliant game plan early on. Georgia I think they went man early or zone and for the first drive, and then man they flipped it for the second drive. It's still both of them 14 play drive, 75 yards, 2 touchdowns. It was like he has got Georgia's defense falling all over itself. It was brilliant. So I'm gonna give Ty Simpson and that offensive staff credit for coming up with some just really getting Georgia out of position. And somebody commented about the third and Grantham. When you go 7 of 7, giving up 7 conversions, that's some Grantham-esque stuff, especially when you got guys staring at the sideline and you're trying to do too much. So I'm with you there. Maybe you need to adjust, but it almost feels like they were over adjusting, and he was just going through the formations without having 2 guys moving at the same time like Georgia did. So, all right, guys, I have to call it. We just hit the 4-hour mark, so I got to go.
Appreciate you letting me hop on. It was a pleasure.
Have me on, Roddy.
Hey, Alan, Dogs on Top, y'all come back next week.
Absolutely.
Hopefully it'll be a lot better.
Yeah, it will be.
Fingers crossed.
Y'all have a good night. Go Dogs.